Lero lero. till you're dead. Heads will roll. Heads will roll. Heads will roll on the floor. Dance, dance till you're dead. God, who, oh. Heads will roll. There's so many things that I wish I could say and I can't say, but I'm thinking all of them in my brain hole. Sam and I were just talking about this in the podcast, which we wrapped up. I ran over here. I pressed play. And now I'm live. I jokingly was like, Sam, do you want to cover the news with me? She's like, you know what? Put me in, coach. Said, why don't we have you in the chair as I go live? I'm like, hi, I'm Sam, and I'm covering the news today. I would love to hear her cover the news pretending to be me. Give all the takes. You did the podcast today? Yes. So we were supposed to do it yesterday. We've had issues yet again with where we filmed the podcast. We're just nomadic, okay? This is a nomadic podcast. So when you watch this week's episode, spoiler, we're in a new location. Little spoiler for podcast listeners. Yes, we shot from a different location today. We did kind of joke about we were like, you know what we should do? We should just be somewhere new every time. And there are places that we're not supposed to be. It's like, how long can we shoot a podcast here until we get kicked out? Phoenix Fanatics, thank you for the 15 months. Deanie, thank you for the gifted sub. Asian Skills, thank you for the 19 months. We are less than 1,000 subs away from the dedicated stream to fighting Radan. As soon as we hit it, I have to have a stream doesn't end until I return to the pits of hell. Until I fight the demon, not just the demon in the game, but the demons inside me. The demons are in me. Has she covered the airline crash yet? Austin, I just went live. I've been podcasting for 4 hours. And I started my fucking period. Not doing well. And my parents are coming tomorrow. You know what? We're just going to listen to this. New follower, love your commentary. Welcome in, SRBG. At least you remember your parents are coming this time? Yeah, but I don't know when they're coming. Should probably find out. Valerie, thank you for the 7 months. Valerie! Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Eric, thank you for the 14 months. Who's got chills? Who's got chills watching this? Somebody slide me a little subby. Anybody got a subby for new community member? SRBG. Oh my God, I haven't listened to this song in so long. This song had me in a chokehold mid-2000s. Anyway, how are we doing, you guys? How are we? Any plans to see Materialist so you can join in? I mean, yes, but I gotta be so for real. I think I'm tapped out on Discourse right now. I do not have, I cannot hold any more space. I can't hold any more space. Sam brought up Sabrina on the podcast and I just went, I'm reaching a point where my Discourse bandwidth is stretched. I am at maximum Capace. I'm at max capace. Awkward. The 3 birthday havers, me, third Mirage Ninja, are feeling unspecial here. Don't you guys know you don't get birthdays when it's World War III? Sorry. I'm just kidding. Happy birthday to all 3 of you. Hope it's a good one. Hope it's a good one. And thanks for spending some of it in here. Maybe you should get her to sub in for you today. Let's see. How are we doing? We're completely stretched. My place has an ant infestation. Okay. That's shitty. How else we doing? Materialists are how I stop worrying and learn to love the bomb. I also have had people texting me and being like, "Are we gonna get bombed? I'm scared. Are we gonna die?" I'm like, no. But maybe we should. I'm just kidding. No, we're not going to, though. Yeah, that we gotta really gotta learn to stop worrying. Okay, here's what I just need people to know before we start things off. Here's what I need people to know. Deanie, thank you for the bits. Zio, thank you for the 29 months. Okay, so you have to be able to sort through the bullshit. Okay? You have to sort through the propaganda and the fear-mongering as it is used to justify causing a lot of pain and suffering and strife for other civilian populations under the guise of Americans are going to get nuked, so therefore we have to go into the Middle East and yet again kill a bunch of people over there so that we're safe. Okay? They've done this a bunch of times. Shit doesn't work anymore. Don't get the award for falling for it again. Now, it's not to say that things are not intense right now, that like there are not like very serious pressing issues, and that's not the same thing. All right. But as far as like the American mentality of, oh my God, we're going to die. That's coming from the way that the media and that the political class frames things to make you think that you're going to be nuked. So we got to go over and fuck Iran up. Okay? So it's good to be aware. It's good to be like, it's understandable to be fearful, but make sure that fear is not, oh my God, as Americans, as the American population, the biggest worry here is that we're going to be nuked. And so then in essence, you are giving consent. You are nodding along as our government then goes, yes, that's right. And that's why we're going to bomb the shit out of these terrorists over here and keep you safe. So don't fall for the fear mongering. As someone that remembers the build up to the Iraq War, it's been really odd seeing the same playbook being used again. I mean, history rhymes, all right? History rhymes. And these fuckers don't have... It's not like they have a new playbook. Wait, I want to watch this, Tavia. They think you're stupid, okay? They are counting on... Here's what they're counting on. They're counting on people being overwhelmed because domestically, there's a lot of shit happening here. And typically in America, we don't, the general public isn't super tuned into what's happening overseas. And even if they kind of know what's going on, they just don't really care enough or do enough about it. And so the political and corporate and media classes all rely on either that ignorance or kind of that exhaustion to then move forward again with an extremely costly war, both in the, you know, taxpayer costs, but also like the loss of life. And they'll just run back the same excuses. I'd recommend Blowback. Blowback's great. We talked about Blowback. They lay out so perfectly how they manufacture consent, same over and over. And yeah, Blowback season 1 is specifically about the Iraq War. This has been an ongoing war on terror for as long as I would say probably everyone in here has been alive. Unless, well, no, they have, because it's even been going on before 9/11. It's just after 9/11 was when the war on terror really kicked into gear. But as far as the U.S.'s propaganda towards the, Middle East and our interests over there and our alignment with Israel, that has been going on before 9/11 ever happened. Wars, we understand the context of something like World War I or World War II is highly unlikely. We're more likely doomed to proxy wars. My hope is that more people aware of the pointlessness of proxy wars will lessen them. Yeah, I mean, we also know that they're doing polls right now, and the polls show that the public strongly disagrees with going to war with Iran. So it's like not even the same as Iraq, because with Iraq, they put a lot of work into shaping the narrative to convince the public that this was necessary and that this was good. And going into Iraq, people were split, but it was still not like the majority was in disagreement. And then that went up. So more people after we invaded were like, yeah, this is good. Gotta fight terror, keep us safe. But then as things went on and as truths were revealed, then the support for Iraq went down, 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 down. And that support is that, like, right now, it's not even there. Okay, let me watch this video, Tavia. Dini, thank you for more bits. Rain Rodriguez, thank you for the gifted sub. From Annie about Iran's nuclear program since the 90s. Tomorrow, I swear tomorrow. I swear to God tomorrow, they'll have nukes tomorrow. It always kills me when I do it a cappella. You set it to music and I'm like... It's why we have to destabilize the whole region. Okay, this light is going off again. I think there's demons. I think there's fucking demons. Oh my God. When I'm stuck with a day that's gray and lonely, I just stick out my chin and grin and say, oh, the sun will come out. The sun being nukes. Tomorrow, bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow we'll be dead because Iran will have nuked us all. So it's why we have to strike them first, because it's preempted. Okay, now I'm going into the next part of the show. Tomorrow, Iran closes in on ability to build a nuclear bomb. Tomorrow, they're on the brink of nuclear bomb building in 6 to 7 months. Tomorrow is a day away. They're 2 months away from building a nuclear bomb. Tomorrow, they'll nuke us tomorrow. Yes, this is a video. So if you guys, I am not doing this live right now. This is a Tavia creation. A lot of you are like, whoa, how am I seeing two? Because that's me. And then this is also me. But this is not live. I could do a live performance. You want to not be nuked? Stand up with me and say, we're just self-defending. Oh, God. Tavia, another banger. Another one. DJ Khaled. Tomorrow from Annie, Nuke Edition. God, where's Randy Rainbow when you... Actually, who needs Randy Rainbow when you got me? You know? What's the link again? Here you go. Go give it some love. That's a Tavia. That's a Tavia creation. Is this going to be part of your one-woman show? You know what? It should be. I should put that in the one-woman show. U.S. to Israel be like... I just, you know, what's giving me nuts? What's giving me nuts? That's not right. What is making me so crazy is seeing how blatantly they lie, right? It's given me nuts how blatantly they lie. And I was a kid when 9/11 happened. Believe it or not, I was not born 100 years ago. I was born in the 90s. So I was 10 when 9/11 happened. And so I was still too young in the aftermath to have like witnessed in the moment all of the lies and the consent being manufactured and blah, 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 blah. But I certainly learned about it as I studied later, and to see them just do it again. And like the lies around the nukes, even though we know that Iran doesn't have nukes. They've never had nukes. They disengaged the nuclear program just in March. In March, Tulsi Gabbard, she testified and said that no, Iran does not have a running nuclear program. Like they're not making nukes, and national intelligence has said that hasn't changed since March. And yet they're still here telling us, you know, whether it's CNN or Fox News, Democrat, Republican, they're like, yeah, no, there's nukes, and that's why we gotta go in and stop them. You know, we gotta, the Ayatollah, you know, we gotta liberate Iranians. That's what they want. And to that I say, why would anybody want a state that, and this is referencing Israel, of course, that is committing genocide against a population of people to be their liberators? You think that those are the people who are gold star liberators? You think that the party that is starving and bombing a helpless population is the moral liberatory party here? I certainly don't think so. I tried sending this the other day. It's the same girl that Ashley sent.
To do a meet and greet.
JFK goes live before the incident.
What are you doing? We're about to head over to do a meet and greet.
You know what's crazy? JFK is the last president who even tried to rein in Israel's nuclear program. If you are not aware, the worst kept secret for decades is that Israel has nukes. Okay? There is no debate. They have nukes. We know they have nukes. Everyone knows they have nukes. And yet they're just allowed to have them. And our U.S. official policy is we don't say anything about it. Wait, what? We say nothing. We say nothing, but we talk about everybody else having nukes, even when they don't have nukes. But we don't talk about Israel having nukes, even though they do have nukes. And Israel refuses inspection. So Israel not only has these nukes, but they refuse, official inspection of their nukes. And then they talk about other states that don't have nukes having nukes while they're the ones who fucking have nukes. So it was the Mossad who killed JFK. Well, here's the crazy thing. He died. He was assassinated a couple weeks after he wrote this letter to, Ben Gurion at the time and other of higher up Israeli officials, where he was like, oh, okay, well, I understand, like, you have to have nukes because it's a deterrent and blah, 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 and like Holocaust. But we need to be able to, we got to inspect them. You have to adhere to international regulations. Like you have to adhere to these treaties, these nuclear treaties that we have in place to make sure that no state is amassing too much nuclear warheads.
34 months in the Kwan Tourage when Kwan raid.
And Israel's like, no. No, I don't think so. And JFK was like, okay, look, we're on your side here. All right, look, I'm U.S. president, okay? We support you always. But we still need to, we have to inspect them at the very least. Like, I'm sure you guys are fine. I'm sure you're good. Sure, you're all good. And then he died. Then he was killed. Israel doesn't allow the IAEA to enter the country, International Atomic Energy Association. No, I know. Oh, no, that's the fucking hypocrisy that I've said is driving me insane. Like, just the double standard, the hypocrisy is making me lose my mind. Obscure Leftist, thank you for the 34 months. Deanie, thank you for more bits. It is making me lose my mind. The clear double standard, the just transparent hypocrisy. And so please don't fall for it. Please do not fall for it. And I know you guys don't, but this is just in general, a PSA to everybody. Please don't fall for it. And also, please don't let them just get away with this again because we're all so tired. Because there's so much going on. And because historically, they have always done, fucked up the Middle East and relied on the American populace just being too distracted, right? I wish for Israel exactly what they've done to Palestine. This isn't a Fed post because why would they mind this if they're the most moral military?
You guys think that we should leave the roof up or down, by the way? Comment. You know what? Actually, I'm going to do a poll. Vote up or down. Have fun. Keep your head on your shoulders. What do you mean by that? Okay. Yeah, everybody's saying down. Keep the hood down. It is a nice day, so I think we're going to keep it down. Are any of you coming to the meet and greet? Lee Harvey Oswald. I'll be there, King. Okay, I'll see you guys soon. I'll be there in probably like half an hour. My cup's in a goddamn drink. It could be purple, it could be pink. What are you doing? We're about to head over to do...
See you. I'll see you later, King. Oh, God. I think it may have been Israel's killing fields rather than a highly effective left-wing influence campaign that moved people on this issue. Also, Biden didn't withhold assent when Israel struck Iran in 2024, approved another $8 billion arms, in fact. No, this guy's a piece of shit. You're Rosenberg. No, he's a propagandist piece of shit. Biden said no to Netanyahu on several things, including mass displacement from God. Oh, are we really? Okay. Yeah, Biden, such a hero here. Such a hero, even though we know that Biden never even put pressure whatsoever behind closed doors on a ceasefire. There was a highly effective left-wing influence campaign to obscure this, which shut the fuck up. Shut up. Yeah, no, it was the left. It's the left that obscured the fact that hid the fact that Biden was actually so great on Palestine and on Iran. Yeah. And Kamala would have been so great too, even though she got up at the DNC, fucking lied, and then also said that Iran is the, greatest destabilizing threat in the Middle East. I'm so exhausted. I'm so mad. I've just been mad. I've been angry. I've been mad. Biden probably thought he was talking to Ben Gurion. Biden didn't fucking know what year it was. He didn't know where he was. Oh, Jesus Christ. Have you seen all the POVs of people watching and partying the missiles like shooting stars? Yes. I have. Lebanese sax guy getting down on the horn while dozens of missile. You guys, I'm just going to say this right fucking now. Just shut up. Hush. Hush, hush, hush. They're running the exact playbook again. Yeah, no, it's the exact fucking playbook. Here's Mark Levin on the threat posed by Iran.
Nowhere. How about Russia? Nowhere. What happened to World War III? There is no World War III. They all sound like a bunch of Marxist Islamists. They don't sound like patriotic Americans. Let me be clear. This is good versus evil. You're either a patriotic American who's going to get behind the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief.
Also, I say shut up with love.
Or you're not. One other thing. Yeah, so where are they? They're nowhere. How about China? Nowhere. How about Russia? Nowhere. What happened to World War III? There is no World War III. They all sound like a bunch of Marxist Islamists. They don't sound like patriotic.
And then
either you are with us or you are with the terrorists. Either you're with us, either you love freedom and with nations which embrace freedom, or you're with the enemy. You're either with us or you're with the enemy. That's clear. I will continue to make that clear. Either you are with us.
This is what they do. And if you are a member of the press, it is your fucking job to ask for evidence. It is your job to ask questions. And of course, the government, of course, the president and the president's official representatives will say, "Oh, are you siding with the enemy? Oh, you're not patriotic. Oh, sounds like you're sounds like you're with the enemy here asking these questions." They do that because they know they are lying, and they know that your job is to reveal the truth. So, reveal the fucking truth. Report honestly. Ask these questions that should be asked. Demand evidence to their claims. Yeah, I'll look at the Tucker thing in a sec. I have like a million things. I have like a million things that I bookmarked. I love how we're allowed to say Islamist in 2025. I mean, it's the same Islamophobia, right? Anti-Arab, just terrorist propaganda rhetoric that they have been using forever. This is what they do. I mean, you guys, remember the freedom fries thing? So if you don't know what the freedom fries thing is, okay, after 9/11, a lot of the American public got so mad that France had said that they weren't going to join the war in Iraq, which was the morally correct thing to do. And so rather than call them French fries, people started calling them freedom fries because they were so mad. they considered France to be committing a great betrayal against the United States. Queen Kina, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Evil Monkey, thank you for the 10 months. And just a reminder, please be like me. Please be like me. And I know a lot of the things that are in your brain, not everything you should say. Not everything you need to say. Okay? It's an if I speak. If I speak. You don't need to hit enter. I'm serious, okay? I'm so serious. There's a lot of things. And look, if you want to test the waters, well, no, actually, I'm not even going to tell you go for it. No, because you'll be banned. It'll be done. Okay. So we just, we focus on saying the things that we're saying here, which is this is another war purely for the interests of Israel and the United States, as it involves their power in the region. This is not to liberate the Iranians. Shocker. This has nothing to do with nukes. There are no nukes. Another shocker. So it is very important to just be very clear in pointing out that they are running the literal same playbook again. Okay? This is about power and money and oil and greed. That's what it always is about. Shocker, killing people doesn't liberate them. Isn't that shocking? Isn't it shocking? I mean, I wrote this on Twitter. These are questions that every single person, rather than just swallow the propaganda that they're serving up to you, the steaming pile of propaganda that they're like, surely they'll fall for this again. And even if they don't, it doesn't matter because we're just going to do this anyway. Ask yourself these very simple questions. How does bombing civilians liberate them? It doesn't. How does escalation result in de-escalation? It doesn't. How is it self-defense if you strike first? It's not. How are you bringing peace to a region by killing children? You're not. How do you keep your own civilians safe when you continuously engage in bombing your neighbors? You don't. Why do some states get to have nuclear weapons as a deterrent while others are bombed to deter them from ever possessing nuclear weapons for use as a deterrent? Well, that's a good fucking question. How are you anti-war but support war in the Middle East? Racism. I almost lost it when it was described as a preemptive defensive strike over the weekend. I know. I'm just going nuts. What's this? How did I pull this up?
Watch my back. I got your front.
Hey, the Rami, my close friends and allies. It is good to see you.
Go put that in the truck.
Hey, slow your roll, Chief. You guys have to pay first.
Damn! Chill out, Aladdin Hussein. You know I'm good for it.
Hey, guys, you know the rules. No exceptions. Cash only.
Look! He got a weapon!
Whoa, wait a minute now. Put the gun down.
Gun? What gun? I'm not holding gun. Guys, it's me, Ed. Your father helped me build this store.
I don't know you, motherfucker. Now, put down the weapon. Put it down.
There is no weapon. Look.
Drop the weapon.
I don't see a weapon.
There is no weapon. They're robbing the store.
I am not holding a weapon. I am not holding a weapon.
Officer, this motherfucker got a gun pointed at you. You want to die?
What?
Do you want to die?
I don't want to die.
God, Samuel L.
He does not
Jackson.
have a gun.
He does have a gun, officer. Trust me. The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
I don't see a gun. Man, fuck this shit. Whose side you on? Mine or this motherfucker who's obviously of terrorist descent? Wait. I think I can see the gun now.
Good. Now we all see the weapon. Now you hand over that weapon on the count of 3, or I swear to Almighty God, I'll blow your fucking head off. 1.
I can't give you a weapon I'm not holding. You're thinking of the Korean shop north of here.
2.
Is he still holding it?
He is not holding a weapon.
Time's up!
Nah, 45 more roads, Berettas, pistol grip, pump, tucked right under my sweater.
Yo, Boondocks, some of the most real fucking television you'll ever watch.
I didn't think they'd actually shoot back at us.
Well, of course they're shooting back at us. You're robbing their store.
You can't assume that people are gonna shoot back at you. It was an unknown unknown.
Need I remind you that this has nothing to do with our original plan.
Damn it, Huey. Robbery etiquette says you can't criticize a robbery plan during the actual robbery. You have to wait till the robbery's over. Yo, officer, whatever your name is.
My name's Frank.
Okay, Fred, whatever. I want you to know you are not going to die in vain.
Yeah, they cooked. They cooked.
Dying.
They often cooked.
Well, I want you to know you wasn't mortally wounded in vain.
Actually, I think I'm gonna make it. You hear that, you sweaty bastard? Freddy ain't dead. Freddy say, bring it on, bitch. Bring it!
Today, we all came face to face with our worst fears. And sometimes there's no...
You know, Boondocks it always felt like a show that was just so ahead of its time and so of the moment as well. This is a South Park joke from
All right, students, let's take our seats. Everyone try to be nice because we have a new student joining us today. And I know you all make him feel welcome. Say hello to Bahir Hassan Abdul Hakim.
Uh-oh.
Welcome to our class, Bahir.
Thank you. Dude, not cool.
Why don't you take a seat in Kyle's empty desk for now?
Okay. No.
Eric, what the hell is wrong with you?
What's wrong? Has he been checked for bombs?
Eric, that's enough. Not all Muslim people are terrorists.
No, but most of them are. And all it takes is most of them.
Wait, who's got that? Who's got the link of, Logan Paul tweeted a picture once when he was in college of him and his roommate. And he's like, 9/11 is coming up, but we're not, what did he say? We're not like celebrating it. Something about peace. And I think his roommate was Muslim. Please, does somebody know what I'm talking about? I swear to God. I swear to God, this was real. Yes. Thank you. Okay, now, was this a real tweet? Was this a real tweet? Or am I falling for a meme? Did somebody make this up? My roommate is Muslim and it's almost 9/11. However, we are celebrating peace here, not war. I don't know. I would believe it too. That's the thing. This is 1000% some shit that Logan Paul would say. My roommate is Muslim and it's almost 9/11. However, we are celebrating peace here, not war. Wow. Here's an example of a man who's a Muslim, but he's one of the good ones. He's not one of the evil terrorist ones that we have to, watch out for. He's one of the good ones. Muslim and almost 9/11. Like, what does this mean? It's almost 9/11. Why is that being treated like Christmas? It's almost 9/11. What are you asking for this year? Like, what? Why is his friend Why is this Muslim roommate kind of... I still remember my first college teacher. I graduated with excellence and I really liked him. He was my favorite lecturer until he told me, "You made it so far for an Arab. You're one of the good ones." Lamau took me a second to understand he said that. Yeah, nothing like when racism just slaps you across the face so hard that your head spins around and you truly are scrambling to catch up with why that was so racist, and then it hits you. I'm so sorry, man. I mean, unfortunately, that is it's such a common experience for being Arab. The way that the West has portrayed Arabs, has portrayed the Middle East, with the exception of Israel, as this, backwards, barren, desert, uncivil, terrorist-filled region. You want to know the thing that's like, there's a lot of things that are driving me fucking nuts, okay, that are just causing me so much rage. I simply cannot, with watching Christian, extremist Christian fascists, nationalistic pieces of shit like Lindsey Graham, okay, like all these, Republican Congress people who are going on Fox News and talking about how extreme the Iranian regime is, of how they control women over there, of like, oh, we gotta free people from this extremism. I'm like, I'm sorry, the Christian extremist says what about the Islam extremists? I'm sorry, the conservatives say what about the conservatives over in Iran? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Lindsey Graham is going to sit here and act as if the way that he treats women, the gays, anyone in this country who's not exactly like him, who doesn't represent a life that is just so extremely conservative, is a person who doesn't, get to exist in America. Every accusation is a confession. It's crazy. It's like, oh, wow. Suddenly all these conservatives want to talk about how they treat women over in Iran. Actually, Iranian women, they want us to liberate them because they don't have freedoms over there. I'm sorry. Are y'all the same people who think that women in the United States should not have access to abortion, should not have bodily autonomy? Huh? Conservatives in America hate conservatism in other countries. It's so true. And it is fucking so maddening. It is so maddening to watch these hypocritical fucks sit there and talk about extremism in other states, to talk about extremism in the Middle East, when it's like, I'm sorry, what the hell is happening here in the United States, in this supposed free democracy, in this great, wonderful democracy? We're actually, it's not a democracy. There isn't freedom here because, let's say you dare to protest the government, we'll fucking deport you. Oh, we'll take away your residence here. We'll kidnap you in the middle of the day and deny you due process and deny you the ability to hold your child. 2 trans people tortured and killed in America this year in pretty okay states. Yeah. LGBTQ people who are having their rights stripped away. Trans people who are, being driven to suicide or being murdered in the United States of America. Women died because they couldn't get an abortion that could have saved their lives in 2025. Yes. In 2025. It's like how they whine about repressed speech in China. They're secretly jealous and wish that they could do it. Oh, man. I'm just like, wow, throwing stones at glass houses, aren't we? Aren't we? But that's what this is. It's this American exceptionalism. It's this belief that America is so shiny and wonderful and everything is so great over here. And all these other countries, well, they need us to come in and liberate them. They need us to bring democracy. God forbid that the people do it themselves. God forbid that historically we have had a hand in overthrowing, in conducting coups that overthrow, democratically elected leaders that squash leftist movements in these countries that we're supposedly needing to liberate. Oh, like we did in Iran in 1953. And that's the thing is like, look, I've read a number of Iranians, both, in the diaspora, both, in Iran. And what most of them say is, look, I hate the regime. Look, I hate monarchists. I hate Iranian monarchists. Look, my family has suffered. Okay, I've family members killed, imprisoned, etc. But that does not mean that I want you to bomb my fucking country. That does not mean that I think I think the solution here is that a joint bombing campaign by Israel and Iran is the way to go. No, stay the fuck out of my country. Don't bomb my people. Like, can you imagine that here in the United States, okay? Imagine as we are protesting Donald Trump, as we are protesting the current administration, you had millions of people who've come out and protested. Imagine that this country that has there's a superpower like the US, okay, is like, you know what? We need to free these people from the Trump administration. Even though they're out here and they're protesting and they are, they're mobilizing, they're organizing against this administration, they're pushing for change, blah, blah, blah. Do you think that we would be cool with being bombed in order to liberate us? No, I would not like being bombed. I would not like being bombed as well. I would not like another country deciding that they're going to do for us what we should do for us. And the truth is that they're not doing that, though. It's all bullshit. No, they're not actually seeking to liberate the Iranian people. That's the thing about it. Yeah, you cannot go in and bomb a population of people, kill them, destroy their cities, right? Murder the regime so that you can install who you want, a foreign power. Yeah, they'll greet us as liberators. Okay, this is fucking insane. This is insane that Tucker Carlson, who also came out and said, by the way, Fox News does lies to old people. Oh, yeah, no. Hello. You were doing that for 15 years. You had the most popular show on Fox News. But because, okay, in case you're not aware, there's a split within MAGA right now. There's the MAGA that are the America First, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, etc., who are like, we said no wars, America first, we need to secure our borders, who gives a shit about Israel? And then there are like the neocon, warhawk, mongering freakzoids, MAGA, who are like, yes, prayers to Israel, bombs away type of shit. And so MAGA is splitting. And a lot of them are, the ones who are against going to war with Iran are mad at Donald Trump. Some of them are trying to make excuses for him and be like, no, he's trying, blah, blah, blah. Others are like, this is not what I voted for. I have seen some of the most dyed-in-the-wool, horrible, like MAGA posters, okay? The Twitter accounts where they just post like the worst shit about trans people and immigrants. And they're making tweets that are like, I voted for President Trump because of XYZ, and today I regret that decision. Like, you are not putting America first. Okay, so anyway, Tucker Carlson is one of the people who is the America First, no to war against Iran, blah, blah, blah. And then Trump has been insulting him, which is like not a good idea. You got the JD tweet? You can send that one to me. Yeah, I probably do, but it's probably deep in the bookmarks. So Trump has been insulting Tucker Carlson because he has been he has been criticizing the escalation towards Iran. Oh my God, look at this fucking... Wait, I saw a tweet that was like, it was like JD Vance, something about the way that JD Vance posts on Twitter and why it's so annoying. Did we liberate the Germans from the Nazis? Why are you so against intervention? Do you think that the circumstances for World War II are the same as they are right now? Okay, like let me pose a question to you. Is it the same thing? Is it the same thing to involve yourself in a war to stop a genocide and to involve yourself in a war to continue perpetuating a genocide? Because that's what's happening this point around. Palestinians are being genocided. Israel is looking to expand their hegemonic power in the entire fucking region. They are bombing Yemen. They are bombing Lebanon. They are bombing Iran.
Axis of evil is back, brother. Has Kakona.
They are bombing Syria. Like they are unleashed. They are unleashed because they want to finally see their ultimate goals through, which is to have to have total power in the region. They want to be the ultimate power in the region. Saver one, thank you for the 8 months. All right, hold on a second. Let me see JD Vance's tweet. Look, I'm seeing this from the inside, and I'm admittedly biased towards our president and my friend, but there's a lot of crazy stuff on social media, so I wanted to address some things directly on the Iran issue. I just hate how this guy talks. First, POTUS has been amazingly consistent over 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And guess what? Iran doesn't fucking have a nuclear weapon. They've never had a nuclear weapon. They have agreed. They have agreed to every deal, to every inspection. They disbanded the program. This is bullshit. And here's the thing. You want to know why you should have a nuclear weapon? So that you don't get bombed. So that you actually can use that as power. Why do you think the U.S. and Israel and all these other states that have nukes have them? Why do you think North Korea got nukes and held on to the nukes? When you get nukes, you do not release the nukes because that is a power play. Because when you have nukes, then it cannot be done to you what Israel and the U.S. are doing to Iran. What they did to Iraq. What they did to Libya. It's an insurance policy. Yes. So either everyone has nukes or nobody has nukes. But think about it logically. Why, if you had nukes, would you give up the nukes? And if you had nukes, another country would not attack you this way because they would be afraid of you using the nukes, because the nukes are supposed to be a deterrent. Ukraine did, and I'm not sure why. It was stupid. Like, seriously, if you have nukes, never give up the nukes. Acquire nukes, so then you are not, constantly the target of state aggression, and by states that do have nuclear power. You need to have nukes to have sovereignty. Yes. With the United States reigning as the fucking, police in this world, You need to have nukes to protect yourself against the United States. Do you think that if Iraq really had weapons of mass destruction, the U.S. would have gone in there and fucked shit up? No, they would not. The reason the United States did that is because there were no weapons of mass destruction. We know there weren't. We know now. We know that they fucking lied. But think about it logically. The United States would not have gone into Iraq and bombed away and killed 1 million Iraqis and did everything that they did if Iraq had actually had weapons of mass destruction that they would have used. Over the last few months, he encouraged his foreign policy team to reach a deal with the Iranians to accomplish this goal. The president has made clear that Iran cannot have uranium enrichment. No uranium. And he said repeatedly that this would happen one of two ways, the easy way or the other way. Second, I've seen a lot of confusion over the issue of civilian nuclear power and uranium enrichment. These are distinct issues. Iran could have civilian nuclear power without enrichment, but Iran rejected that. Meanwhile, they've enriched uranium far above the level necessary for any civilian purpose. They have been found in violation of their non-proliferation obligations by the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is hardly a right-wing organization. Grok, is this true? Grok, is this AI? Grok. It's one thing to want civilian nuclear energy. It's another thing to demand sophisticated enrichment capacity. And it's still another to cling to enrichment while simultaneously violating basic non-proliferation obligations and enriching point of weapons grade uranium. And you know the thing is, okay, even if this were true, and it's not, okay, they are spinning this because they are setting the ground to fully go to war against Iran. All right. But even if this were true, this idea that the U.S. gets to decide who has what, right? Meanwhile, Israel has, I believe, 90 nukes in their arsenal last I was reading, alongside, a whole host of other weapons of mass destruction. And yet there's no guidelines that they have to follow. There are no inspections that they have to pass. There's no treaties, right? This idea that a state which is consistently the aggressor in the region, a state that is literally committing genocide right now, can be trusted with nukes to the point that we, don't ask, don't tell. It's outrageous. Yeah, they outright refuse to comply. It is outrageous. It is outrageous that the U.S. and their greatest ally are sitting here like, no, we get to make the decisions on who gets to have what. And then we'll invade you and we'll bomb your people by lying about you having what we have. It's one thing to want civilian nuclear energy, blah, blah, blah. I have yet to see a single good argument for why Iran needed to enrich uranium well above the threshold for civilian use. I've yet to see a single good argument for why Iran was justified in violating its non-proliferation obligations. I've yet to see a single good pushback against the IAEA's findings. Meanwhile, the president has shown remarkable restraint. I'm sorry, but restraint? Restraint in the same sentence as Donald Trump is very insane. Absolutely insane. He may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment. That decision ultimately belongs to the president. And of course, people are right to be worried about foreign entanglement after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy. But I believe the president has earned some trust on this issue. Actually, no, not at all. Because if you go to Trump's tweets when Obama was president, he says things like, Obama's going to get into war with Iran. Obama's going to get into war with Iran. Obama wants to win, so he's going to get into, war with Iran. That for years and years and years, Trump has been talking about how, we start forever wars in the Middle East, that all these, calling out these Democratic presidents for being war hawks in the Middle East. So no, I don't think Trump has earned some trust on this issue. No, I think he's revealed his absolute hypocrisy. And having seen this up close and personal, I can assure you that he is only interested in using the American military to accomplish the American people's goals. Whatever he does, that is his focus. Yeah, well, the American people don't fucking want this, so that's not being accomplished. There are people in Japan still born with birth defects because the bombs dropped. Yeah, I've talked about this where it's like, who is the only state that has ever used nuclear weapons on a civilian population and with hostile intent and for political purposes? The United States of America, the great moral arbiter of who gets to have nukes, of who gets to even think about having nukes, right? That's what it is. It's not even who gets to have nukes. It's who even gets to consider having them. It's who even gets to have, uranium, uranium enrichment. JD Vance says we had 25 years of bad foreign policy. That's why we need to attack Iran. Yeah. I also hope that people can see the fact that they are they're running the same playbook. Okay. These are lies that we've seen before, but also in the immediate aftermath of Israel striking Iran, how the narratives were conflicting, that like they hadn't even gotten their story straight. Israel saying that Trump absolutely had something to, he was involved in this. But then the U.S. media class and people like Marco Rubio saying that Trump didn't know about this at all. And then Trump coming out and bragging about it. And it's like, these fuckers are lying to you. You're watching it in real time. You're watching them and they can't even get their fucking stories straight.
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people living around?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How is Tucker Carlson one of the only fucking people in the media who's asking questions like this? Basic questions of like, do you even know anything about Iran? Do you know? Have you seen photos of Tehran? Do you know how many people live there? Do you know anything about the culture?
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why
because
is that
if
relevant?
you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay,
it's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So,
okay.
I mean, come on. This is fucking insane. This is insane that Tucker Carlson... And look at how easy it is. I'm sorry. I'm just going crazy. Okay, I didn't stream yesterday, and I've just spent like the last 2 days raging. Rage against the dying of the light. Rage against the dying of the light. Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage against the dying of the light. So anyway, as I was saying, it's fucking insane. It is insane that Tucker Carlson, in interviewing Ted Cruz, is asking questions that no one else in the mainstream media is asking. And it's so easy. It's so simple to reveal their absolute warmongering, bloodthirsty, craven, freakazoid attitudes here, where of course he doesn't fucking know anything about Iran. Of course. He doesn't care. They don't care.
Okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know
claims
anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
Who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that...
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government...
I'm sorry, did Ted Cruz just announce that the U.S. has officially gone to war against Iran?
Last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
Oh, you just said we were.
We are supporting
this is
Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Do you see how quickly this unravels? We are ruled over by incompetent evil fuckers and only Tucker's revealing it. I mean, what timeline are we in? What timeline are we in that Tucker Carlson is like is the guy who's asking these questions? Yeah, Ted just confirming what we have known to be true all along. Like, why am I cheering for Tucker? Yeah, I know. And like what world are we in? Carter had a similar question to answer Russia because he's employed by Russia now. Yeah, well, he wants to go to war against China. Make no mistake. Okay, if Tucker Carlson, this is not some peaceful dove, all right? Tucker Carlson wants to take out China. That's who he views as the real threat. He does not view Iran as the threat because Iran is not a fucking threat. He's like, no, I would love to go to war against China. That's who I want to take out.
If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
God, that is... Watch this moment again. Hold on.
About the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump.
Hold on.
You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
Who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that...
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel.
Right now, right here, he got so flustered and so concerned that it'll look like he's not, he does not worship Donald Trump's, at Donald Trump's feet enough. Remember, Ted Cruz, doesn't matter if you insult his wife, he will still bend at the knee and make sure he's your most loyal, sycophantic follower.
Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S.
Hold on. I said we, but I meant, Israel, obviously. I know it sounded like I said we. I didn't. Hello? What are you, stupid? What are you, dummy? Okay, come on. It's a joke. It's a joke. Israel's doing it. And we are too. Haha. I mean, we as in the French. Oui, yes. Hello. C'est français. We let Israel do the dirty work. But that is the that's the truth here, right? The United States is Israel and Israel is the US. Okay? So make no mistake that the US is involved. All right? This is not a question. This is not a matter of if Iran hits US military assets in the region, which they have said they will do, then the US will have no choice but to get involved. They're in it. Of course they're in it. They've been in it. Man, I just cannot get over that. I cannot get over that interview clip there. So the rest of it drops tomorrow. Okay. All right. So let's take a look here. Another sign we live in a hellscape is that some of the videos of the airstrikes are apparently AI generated. Do you know what I need someone to do? And I texted this to Taylor Lorenz. I was like, I need you to write about this. I need someone to write about this phenomenon, okay? Not just of AI generated videos when there are other videos that do exist, okay? Because no longer is it like, oh, I've AI generated something that there is not already other video footage of. That it's like, oh, I'm generating other videos, even though this is a real thing that's happening, you know? So there's that. Have Taylor on. I've had her on before. I've had Taylor on a couple times, but I'm going to bring her on again, I think, to talk about this issue, even though she hasn't written about it yet. But the other thing is the AI brain, okay? So I've been tweeting a lot lately, and I have had multiple comments where people will go, this is AI. Clearly, like, you use ChatGPT for this. And other people will be like, yeah, obviously cooked the prompt in her, biased it, etc. There was like one example of this is I posted a screenshot. I've been watching the show Pluto, which is so good, by the way. If you have not seen the anime show Pluto that's on Netflix, I highly recommend. But anyway, so I posted this because I thought that this was just so timely. I was like shook when this scene happened. And this is a scene where so if you don't know the show Pluto, it is based on a manga that is based on Astro Boy, correct? I think so. I think that's right. So it's 8 episodes, and it's based on a manga series by Naoki Urasawa and Takashi Nagasaki, and it came out, I think, in 2003. But then that was based on the story called The Greatest Robot on Earth from Osamu Tezuka's Astro Boy. And that came out a long time ago. And she's one of us now. Yes, I am. I have officially got into anime. I am a weeb, y'all. I am a weeb. So, anyway, it's an amazing show. And in this episode, it's a flashback to when the main detective character was a soldier. He's a robot. He was a soldier. And they destroyed this they destroyed this town, and this I believe, my understanding is that the manga as it was written in 2003 is commentary on the United States war and invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. And this actually is in Persia, I believe, in the manga. And so this poor man, his bomb has been dropped on his house. His child is dead. And he says to Gestadt, who's the main character, he's like, you and your peacekeeping forces dropped a bomb on my sleeping baby. You say you want to liberate us, but our dead baby's your idea of justice. Anyway, so doesn't need a lot of explaining to say why this is so relevant to what's happening now, sadly, and the fact that this was written 20 years ago. It's Caroline talking about Pluto. Yes, Caroline is talking about Pluto. So anyway, I posted these screenshots. This is very clearly an anime, and very clearly I took these pictures as I was watching it on my TV, because I Googled it and I couldn't find any photos online. So I just took the photos when I was watching, when it was on the TV. And someone commented AI slap. Just AI slap. And then on another post of mine, I had multiple comments where they were like, this is clearly written by ChatGPT. Okay. I did a long post on how law enforcement use of animals is abuse, and how these animals are not meant to be in these situations, and that there's like twofold abuse happening: abuse towards human beings, protesters, and abuse of these animals, whatever. So why did I start talking about this? Anyway, there is this thing that I see all the time now, and I texted Taylor about this, and she was like, oh my God, this happens to me all the time. People always comment this under my posts, where now you'll just get accused of using AI. Like, people will say something is AI when it's not AI, and then won't recognize when something is so clearly AI. And make no mistake, these are not people who are anti-AI. That's the thing. Someone who's like AI slop, that's not somebody who fundamentally has an ethical issue with AI. It's somebody who's using it as a way to discredit what you've said, like the point that you're making. They think any well-written analysis is AI now. Yeah, but also I think it is an indication that there are people who simply cannot generate they cannot read and write themselves. They rely on ChatGPT and Grok and these other language learning models and AI systems for everything, that they cannot. There is not a world where there are people who don't do that. It's a new way to say fake news. Oh my God. Yes, that's exactly what it is. AI slop is a new way to say fake news. Yes, that's exactly what it is. And it's been driving me insane because I've been seeing it all over the place. And that's why, like, underneath posts, whether it's someone talking about Palestine, whether it's someone who's, talking about immigrants, whether you're posting videos, photos, people just say AI, because they'll say it's not true. Some people would rather believe than anything over 10 words is AI before believing that people just care about things. Yes. So there's multiple things that are happening here. That is the new fake news, that there are people who they are so incapable of thinking for themselves, of reading, of writing, of generating commentary without utilizing something like ChatGPT, that they can't imagine that anyone else would do that. I've seen some very talented artists have to reply to comments with proof of their work because they get accused of using AI. It's so disheartening. As I said, I fear that we are hurtling towards a future where it's just people accuse things of being AI and it's not AI, and then they don't know when something is AI. They fall for AI when it is AI. Grok, is this true? I mean, literally under every single post now, someone's saying, Grok, is this true? Grok, is there evidence for this? It's pseudo-intellectualism because I know they understand how insecure they should feel knowing this technology exists now. Fake news was the same predicament. Yeah, and you just don't have to engage with something too, as long as you say that it's fake news. As long as you're like, this is AI. This is just AI slop. They always think your art looks like AI and never AI looks a lot like your art. I mean, that's scary, right? That's like this shift that we're experiencing away from understanding that AI is being trained off of people's work to people's work is now just AI. If someone reads something that they don't agree with or it doesn't align with their worldview, instead of calling it fake news, they now say it's AI. Right. So I don't know. I am seeing this more and more and more, and it really does. Like, I'm waiting for the think pieces to come out. I'm waiting for someone to cover this and be like, AI is the new, that's AI is the new, that's fake news. Because this is something that is happening more often, and oh God, it does just it causes me a lot of pain thinking about how this is This is just how things are. And it's getting worse. Have you seen the Giga F-35? This is clearly an AI-generated scene, most likely. Oh my God. No, I have not. Wait a second. Okay. This is clearly an AI-generated scene, most likely created using a visual model like Midjourney or DALL-E, probably with a prompt like crashed Israeli F-35 in desert. The proportion, shadows, and human placement all scream synthetic. Hashtag AI. Are we AI? Are we AI? What are these? What are these comments? Readers added context to this image on another post. This image is digitally altered, probably AI generated, measuring the size by use of the people standing beside it. The aeroplane would be around 100 meters long. An F-35 in reality is less than 16. This is like something out of Independence Day. Look at the people. This straight up looks like at the end of Independence Day when the alien ships finally started. They finally started, you know, they got through the shields and started shooting them down. We're gonna, you know what? We're gonna need a bigger plane. Michelin, thank you for the bits. Zenmies, thank you for the 21 months. Amir, thank you for the tier 1. If F-35s were actually that big, $2.1 trillion cost would make more sense. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Wait, so I'm confused. Like, was this photo making the rounds before somebody... Israeli interceptor missile appears to have malfunctioned and crashed in Tel Aviv before Iranian missiles arrived. Israel has the right to defend itself from itself. Israel has the right to defend itself from itself. Okay, what was I going to look at? Yes. God damn it. Iran releases a photo of a downed Israeli F-35. It spans continents. It spans continents. Okay, I wanna watch. First, I wanna watch this video, and then I wanna look at the Rick Steves episode where he went to Iran. Because let me tell you, one way to break through the propaganda is to actually, like, not just stop at how a country is described to you by people who want to blow it up for their own interests. So if all you think of know of Iran is that, oh, yeah, there's desert, there's just like, you know, desert people everywhere. It's really uncultured. It's a really dangerous place, blah, 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 which is how a lot of people think of the Middle East, straight up. Well, you know what you should do? You should watch a travel show. You should watch someone like Anthony Bourdain or Rick Steves. These are guys who have spent years traveling around the world, piercing through the veil of propaganda, going into these countries where, ooh, so scary. Oh, you're gonna be killed. Oh God, why would you go there? Do they even have food? Do they even have culture? And then you see for your own eyes through the video footage that they capture, through the food that they, you know, the different cuisine that they try out, the culture that they experience. Even YouTube travel vloggers, yeah, I mean, you know, make sure you don't get someone who's like a Tyler Oliveira. Not that he's a YouTube travel blogger, but that guy fucking sucks, okay? You know what I mean? Somebody like him. But yeah, there's tons of content out there. A lot of Iranian TikTok creators. people who are like, hi, let me show you what my city is like. It's so beautiful. There's so much art. And like, okay, here's the other thing too. That region is thousands of years old. America, I just cannot get over our fucking arrogance. We are so much younger compared to a lot of these countries that we have to thank for arts and culture and, you know, a lot of our cuisine that we have taken from the Middle East. And it's like, then we turn around and go, oh yeah, no, there's nothing there. It's just desert people. We should just blow them up. The audacity, straight up. the absolute audacity. Okay, so let's watch this video.
Iran with a public television TV crew to make a show. People ask me, why are you going to Iran?
Yeah.
And I thought about it. Why am I going to Iran? And it occurred to me, I'm going here because I think it's good character to know people before you bomb them.
Yeah. Hey, good to know people. Good to know people before you bomb them. How about that? And that's why, like, look, Tucker Carlson has done a lot of really horrible things, and I do not think that his opposing going to war in Iran is because he is actually some progressive-minded anti-war, anti-imperialist king. But when he was asking Ted Cruz, how many people, what's the population of Iran? What's the ethnic makeup? Do you even know anything about this country? He's like, no, well, I don't need to know. He goes, because you're talking about overthrowing the regime. You're talking about liberating them. You're talking about going in and doing all these things, but you don't know anything about them. You don't know anything about them. And that's the truth, is that like so many people who have a lot to say about these countries and populations in the Middle East don't know anything about them. I know a guy was shocked and amazed when he found out Gaza had electricity and the internet. This was last year. Yeah, well, they did. They do when Israel doesn't cut it. When Israel does not cut their electricity and cut their internet. But yeah, it's like, you know, for all that Palestinians have in Gaza have had to endure, as well as Palestinians in the West Bank, the fact that they still do create there, right? They have film, they have theater, they have arts, they have culture, despite the obstacles to its survival. And I don't know. I mean, this violence against civilians in the Middle East comes from dehumanizing Arab populations. It comes from treating the religion of Islam as like this, you know, every single person who follows Islam is an extremist, is a terrorist. You know, ignoring the fact that there's extremists in every religion. That it's like, do we want to talk about the history of Christianity being used to persecute people? It's like, to persecute the Jews? Should we talk about European Christian persecution of the Jews? And then you want to turn around and treat every person who follows the teachings of Islam as an extremist? Yeah. Meanwhile, 2 billion Muslims in the world. But that's the dehumanization, right? That's the demonization. That is what has, for a long time, convinced people in the West that, oh, yeah, our governments have to go over there and bomb these countries to liberate these people. Look at this woman in a hijab. She is a slave. She needs to be freed. So we should drop a bomb on her head to remove that hijab. If we only listened to Israeli and U.S. media, you'd think this massive modern city was a circle of Bedouin tents where all they do is plot terrorism. Yeah, I mean, there's 10 million people who live in Tehran. It's a thriving city. Okay.
Sometimes we have to kill people, but it should hurt, and it is a nation's inclination to dehumanize its enemies before we go kill them. So I went to Iran. It occurred to me when I was in Iran, I was afraid to go here. And when I got there, I was so glad I had the courage to go there. And I learned once again that fear, and there's a lot of it in our society, fear is, to me, for people who don't get out very much. Now, when you go to Iran, it's a thriving country of 70 million people. I want to know what makes them tick. I'm in their capital city, Tehran, with about 12 million people, and there's a veneer of hatred there. I mean, look at the banner there. It's an 8-story tall American flag made out of dropping bombs and skulls for stars and stripes, saying "Down with America." And we've all heard about death to America and so on. I was in a taxi in that traffic jam there later on that day. It was just silent, and suddenly my driver just bursts out, "Death to traffic." And I thought, no, wait a minute. I thought it was death to Israel or death to America. He said, right now it's death to traffic. And I said, well, what's with that? And he said, here in Iran, anytime something's frustrating to us and out of our control, we say death to that. And I thought about that. I thought, boy, I'm so glad I'm here to understand this with a little more sophistication than a bumper sticker. So he speaks Farsi, he doesn't speak English, he's translating it directly, and to him he's saying, damn that. And I thought, well, have I ever said damn something? Have I ever thought, damn those teenagers? Well, yeah, I have. And, do I really want them to die and burn in hell for eternity? No, it's just after midnight, turn down the music. Damn those teenagers. So when we travel, we gain a little better appreciation of what is the baggage that people are carrying when they respond to us. Think of the baggage we have in our country after 9/11. We're a mighty nation of 300 million people. We lost 3,000 people on 9/11 10 years ago, and it's part of our baggage, just like for our parents it was the Depression and World War II and so on. Well, Iran's got baggage, and we need to understand that if we're going to deal with them smartly. Their baggage, and they've got 1/4 of our population, is losing several 100,000 people when Saddam Hussein, funded by the United States, invaded their country.
Yes.
Now,
when we gave weapons, when we gave biochemical weapons to Saddam.
I don't know if we really funded them, but they think they did, or we did.
We
and
did.
That is
We
baggage.
did.
And when you travel around Iran, every town's got a vast martyrs cemetery filled with victims of that war. And for me to see a widow sitting on the tomb of a dead loved one, as she's done every week for decades, knowing the propaganda she's lived through and the struggles she's lived through, that's baggage. I got to understand what she's going through if I can understand their country better.
Yeah, I'll link this. Z Squirrel posted this. Wars are launched through dehumanization. The Zionist Western media and political has want you to think dark, evil, brown hordes who hate us for our freedom when you hear Iran. Rick Steves, a veteran travel writer and TV host, pierced that propaganda by going there. And here's the thing. It's like when 9/11 happened, people were not they were not curious as to why 9/11 happened, because they believed 9/11 happened simply for the reason of people in this area of the world hate us for our freedom, because that is what they had been sold. And 9/11 was a great loss of life. It was a terrible, terrible attack. And yet there are countless 9/11s that the United States has been responsible for in so many of these countries. It's like we had one 9/11. They have had so many 9/11s that there is not a thing, that there is not like one date that is commemorated in the way that 9/11 is, because there have been too many 9/11s. And it's like, if your understanding of the United States is the bombs that they drop on your head and the meddling that they do in your country that often results in even more, pain and suffering through the political changes, then you probably don't have a favorable view of America. So I don't know why that is so hard to understand. Yes, Bourdain has a really lovely episode. I don't know if we're allowed to watch it either, but I'm planning. I have Rick Steves' episode where he travels to Iran that we can watch.
About most, but the one I wish I didn't have to leave so soon. The people who told me not to visit are the ones that have never met the real you. On the news, we just see the scary men, not the ones that dance in the park and turn twirling into a competitive.
I mean, you want to know how like ignorant people are. When I said I was going to Armenia, the first time I went, that was met with concern from people in my life who all of this is the same to them, right? Like Armenia is Saudi Arabia, is Iraq, is Afghanistan. And they were like, are you going to be safe? Are you going to be okay? And I was like, yeah. Yeah. And they're like, Armenia, isn't it a war-torn country? What's even there? I'm like, a lot. Actually, it was like one of the most fun places I've ever been to. There is so much joy. It's such great vibes. It's super vibrant. They have amazing nightlife, restaurants, bars, etc.
Sport, or the fathers that love their sons more than a thumbs up in the family group chat. We just see women in hijab. We don't see the fighters, the cyclists, or the generation of mothers teaching their daughters to demand more. Ireland put you on the do not travel list. Maybe so we don't see that a country under 50 years of sanctions has an incredible metro, and all we have for a GDP per capita leading economy is a mini train that stops at.
This is a country that we have heavily sanctioned. So it's like, the fact that they're still able to thrive with these extreme measures that are placed on them by the U.S.
The red lights. You've shown me that what we see on the news is a low-light reel of government decisions. It's not a reflection on the beauty of the land and people. You're a country of people that stop to give you tea, refill your bottles with ice water on the move, and empty their trees to fill your bags with fruit. Where the entrance to every house lets you know how many smiling faces to expect inside, and where you don't have to put the kettle on because it's always ready to go. I learned to trust your people. When someone says to follow them, you do, because sometimes you end up getting a tour of their workshop, and other times you end up sleeping in their hookah bar. When they heard I was going to Afghanistan, they gave me free boxing lessons so I'd be ready to fight off the Taliban. Stopping for a moment to record the camels results in a meet and greet with the town's children, or the 10th selfie you've been in that day. Some nights I spent in the city, others were camping halfway up the tallest mountain in the Middle East, eating proper baked beans for the first time in months and waking up to shepherds at 5 a.m. But I didn't have to cross the mountains alone. Sometimes with trucks, sometimes tractors, and sometimes even mopeds, we crossed the country together. Your weather was everything from hailstorms to heat strokes, but I wore trousers through it all to respect your rules about covering up. Your roads are a bowling alley with the bumpers down, and I just hoped I didn't become the pins. But you blessed every traffic jam I had to squeeze through, and your trucks were busy doubling it and giving it to the next person. Your signs speak in SpongeBob meme text, experiment with serifed speed signs, and optimistically suggest there'll be a tree next to the picnic bench in the middle of the desert. My Garmin didn't understand your language, and neither did I, but some translated conversation showed me how creative and resilient your people are. Foreign brands are cut off, so you make your own Coke, Fanta, KFC, and Heinz ketchup, and there's nothing copyright laws are going to do to stop it. The internet is locked down, but a few SIM card and VPN tricks later and everyone's back online like nothing ever happened. It was far from touristy, but you never know when you'll meet an Irish lad in a supermarket dungeon toilet or a Korean guy walking home from Istanbul. To be honest though, it's the strongest sense of unfairness I felt so far. That it only took a few weeks and a trip to the embassy for me to get a visa, but your people could spend a lifetime trying and failing to get out. Where I become a multi-millionaire overnight, but some of the smartest and hardest working people I've ever seen make a few euro a day. I hope the optimism they have for the future is correct, and it won't be long until everything improves. Until then, thank you for the last month, keep pushing for more, and I can't wait to meet again. You're the country I was warned about most, but the one I wish I didn't have to leave so soon.
And like, I'm going to say this again. The government, the regime is not the people, okay? And I think there is like this super bad faith, ignorant conflation when you talk about the people, when you talk about how, you know, let's not go to war because the losses are always measured in civilian life, because the Iranian people are not going to be liberated from our bombs, nor is the purpose here to actually liberate them. And then people will take that and go, oh, so you love the regime. Oh, so you think that, you know, you think that theocratic monarchists who wield with a repressive fist are good. No, man, Jesus Christ. You can oppose a regime and not, and like understand that it is not good for the US and for Israel to go in and bomb the shit out of the people who live there, especially when we know that the reason for doing so is to further cement their power in the region. Hi, Caroline, Iraqi diasporan who refuged first time here. Just want to say I really appreciate the commentary you're giving. It honestly means a lot, especially with how misunderstood we usually are. I didn't realize you spoke on these issues like this. Well, as I've been saying, like I usually don't do geopolitics. I usually like look, there's a lot of news out there, and I only can cover so much, and I only, want to cover so much, but this is something where it's like, I feel as an American, I feel as somebody who lives in the United States of America, and that my government is responsible for so much pain and suffering, particularly in the Middle East, that I have a duty to speak out against this. And also, time to open an article. And also because we've been through this before. We've been through this many times. And what I want people to understand is like, it's not complicated. And I say all the time, like, look, I'm not a geopolitical expert. I haven't spent, like, this is, not what I would consider my forte. And I don't say that as a way to try and be humble, or a way to like try and not bear any responsibility if I say something incorrect. If I say something incorrect, I'll correct it. But I say it to be like, look, this is not difficult to understand. They want you to think it's complicated. They want you to think like, oh, well, I don't know anything about geopolitics. I don't know anything about the history in the Middle East, so I simply cannot weigh in here. Yes, you can. You see what's happening. You know what's going on. It's the same fucking playbook. So I hope that in like my, I just read for myself, and I use my eyeballs. I look for myself. I read. I have learned on my own. And it's not complicated. Yes, there's a lot of history. You're not expected to know all of it. I don't know all of it, okay? There's a lot of like, 1953, 1972, this regime, this coup, et cetera, et cetera. The history is a lot because this has been going on for so long, but the overall, like, what is at the core here is American imperialism. That's what this is. And Israel is an extension, not even extension anymore. Israel is the United States. When you recognize that, like, every step of the way, like for the last 40 years, especially, what the U.S. has been doing in the Middle East has been in step with Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu said when 9/11 happened, he talked about how good it was for Israel, about how this was going to like shore up their, make their relationship with the U.S. even firmer as they like hand in hand went to war in the Middle East. This one is particularly egregious. We are absolutely getting dog walked by Israel. And it's like, man, so we not only like as Americans or as civilians of governments that involve themselves in these wars in the Middle East, like we have a responsibility here to raise our voices against this. But also, like, me as a commentator, you know, I want you guys to recognize that if somebody tries to tell you that you don't, you know, you're not qualified to understand this, that you don't know what you're talking about, that this is too complicated for you to get, that like, oh, let the big boys talk about this one and you should sit it out. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. You know what's going on here. The same can be said about America. Like, so many Americans get pissed and are like, we aren't all MAGA. Like, yeah, no shit. Why do you not extend the same courtesy to other countries? Yeah, and as I said before, there are a lot of people here who do not agree with the government. You know, whether it was when Biden was in power, when Obama was in power, when Trump is in power. And that does not mean that we would want a foreign state to come in and bomb us and, you know, oversee a regime change to protect their interests, like it not even being in the interests of the people whose country this is. All right. Ay. Oh, yeah, this is what I was talking about.
Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. And I think that people sitting right next door in Iran, young people, and many others will say, the time of such regimes, of such despots, is gone. There is a new age. Something new is happening. If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the...
Yeah, and then on, like in 2008, it was reported on that Netanyahu said in front of an audience at Bar-Ilan University that the September 11th terror attacks had been beneficial for Israel. He said, we are benefiting from one thing, and that is the attack, because he understood that 9/11 could be used then as an excuse to go in and blow the hell out of Iraq. And that also 9/11 could be used not just for Iraq, but for future wars. That you always point back to 9/11. You always point back to the terror that we've had to go to war against, right? We've never exited this war on terror, even as we have left places like Afghanistan.
Thanks for joining us.
Okay, so this came out 11 years ago. Well, maybe even longer than that, but this is when it was posted. Sorry, this was 2009, maybe? But anyway, this is when Rick Steves goes to... so when he goes to Iran. Granite Fox, thank you for the gifted sub. I think subs are still 35% off, so come ye, take advantage. God, I remember getting so many Rick Steves books for Christmas before I went abroad. I love this man.
Like most Americans, I know almost nothing about Iran. For me, this is a journey of discovery. What are my hopes? To enjoy a rich and fascinating culture, to get to know a nation that's a leader in its corner of the world and has been for 2,500 years, and to better
You know, let me just say, Tony Bourdain, incredible. Gets a ton of love, deserves the love. Also because it's just how tragic his death was. I think a lot of people have, it just makes the whole thing, you know, everything surrounding his life and his work even that much more important. But don't sleep on Rick Steves.
Understand the 70 million people who call this place home. We'll show the splendid monuments of Iran's rich and glorious past, discuss the 20th century story of this perplexing nation, and experience Iranian life today in its giant metropolis, historic capital, and a countryside village. Salam. Most important, we'll meet and talk with the people whose government so exasperates America.
The situation is open.
We'll go to Friday prayers in a leading mosque, consider the challenges confronting Iran's youth, enjoy the hospitality of a family dinner, and survive the crazy Tehran traffic before experiencing the tranquility of rural life and meeting joyful school kids on a field trip. Iran, twice the size of France, sits in an increasingly important corner of Asia, surrounded by Turkey, Iraq, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. We start in the capital, Tehran, follow an ancient trade route south to the village of Abiane, to Esfahan, to Shiraz, and finish at Persepolis. Every country, including our own, limits access to foreign film crews. We're here in Iran with the permission of the Iranian government, and we're working within the limits it sets as we explore this complex society. Knowing we're here to explore social and cultural dimensions rather than contentious political issues, the Iranian government is allowing our work. It believes the Western media has given Iran an unfair image. They gave us our visas, provided we respect its limits as enforced by our guide. His job? Keep us safe, manage the complicated permissions, and keep an eye on what we're shooting. Tehran, a youthful, noisy capital city, is the modern heart of this country. It's a smoggy, mile-high metropolis. With a teeming population of about 10 million, its apartment blocks stretch far into the surrounding mountains. Traffic is notorious here. My first impression, wild drivers. But after surviving my first day, I realized they were experts at keeping things moving. Many major streets actually intersect without the help of traffic lights. It's different, but it seems to work. 2 wheels are faster than 4. Helmet laws are generally ignored. As a matter of fact, sometimes the direction of traffic is ignored as well. Okay, to cross town quickly, motorcycle taxis
Yeah, you know what? We got to bomb Tehran so we can fix the traffic. How about that?
are a blessing.
Death to traffic.
But wear that helmet. I'd rather leave a little paint on passing buses than a piece of scalp. Pedestrians fend for themselves. Negotiating traffic as you cross the street is a life skill here. Locals say it's like going to Chechnya. Immersed in the commotion of a busy workday, apart from the chador-covered women and lack of Western fast food chains, Tehran seemed much like any city in the developing world. If you need to get somewhere in a hurry, or if your motorcycle taxi is under some big bus, thank goodness for the subway. Tehran's thriving subway moves over 1 million people a day. This subway system is really as good as anything I've seen in Europe. Of Iran's 70 million people,
Looks better than the United States.
well over half are under the age of 30. While there are plenty of minorities, the Persian population dominates. The local ethnicity reflects the turmoil of this country's long history. You'll find people with Greek, Arab, Turk, Mongol, Kurdish, and Azerbaijani heritage. Iranians are not Arabs, and they don't speak Arabic. This is an important issue with the people of Iran. They are Persians, and they speak Farsi. Faces seem to tell a story and are quick to smile, especially when they see a film.
You know who wouldn't know any of those things? Ted Cruz and the rest of Congress who are so eager to do a regime change in Iran, and yet they know nothing about
crew from the USA. Actually, we found that the easiest way to get a smile.
You know what I wish, that chatter who you just banned, the only thing that should have been nuked was their mother's womb so that they were never born. How about that? Okay. I wish your mom's womb had been fucking nuked so that we would not have to share the same world with you.
Was to tell people where we're from.
I'm from the United States.
Oh, you're from the United States?
Yeah.
Okay.
America? No. Yeah. It's true. Yes, it's actually true.
I love you, America.
That's really thank you. That's nice to hear.
Your mom should have done a regime change and gotten rid of you as her fucking child.
I was impressed by how the people we met were curious and eager to talk. Young, educated people are internet savvy and well informed about the West. They generally spoke some English. Anywhere foreigners went, signs were bilingual, Farsi for locals and English for everyone else. The script looks Arabic to me, but I learned, like the language, it's Farsi. The numbers, however, are the same as those used in the Arab world.
Another communication challenge, people here have to deal with different calendars. Persian and Muslim for local affairs, Western for dealing with the outside world. What year is it? Well, it depends. After Muhammad, about 1,390 years ago. After Christ, 2,000 and some years ago.
And all this complexity is the result of a long and tumultuous history. The National Museum of Iran helps to give an appreciation of this country's rich heritage. At first,
Americans' minds explode when they learn there are more than Arabs in the Middle East. They're like, hold on a second. It's like still like the denial of there being Palestinian Christians, Jewish Palestinians, Black Palestinians.
First, I was disappointed by what seemed like a humble collection for such a great culture. Then I learned that most of its treasures were destroyed or looted by invaders, and much of what survived was taken away to the great museums in the West. The collection starts in prehistoric times, back when nomadic hunters were becoming farmers. This bronze plaque, featuring Gilgamesh, dates from about 1000 BC, a time when this region was in the realm of Mesopotamia. Then, in about 500 BC, with the great kings Darius and Xerxes, the mighty Persian Empire was established. Their art glorified their kings and the notion of peace through strength.
Don't ask Britain where their Persian exhibits come from. Don't ask Britain where any of their exhibits come from, any of their artwork comes from.
Culture flourished, and it was about this time that, with cuneiform,
that?
the Persian language was first put into writing.
That first Persian Empire was conquered by Alexander the Great from Greece. Later, a second Persian Empire was conquered by Arabs. Then came invasions by Turks and Mongols. Finally, with the establishment of a third Persian Empire in the 16th century, this culture enjoyed a renaissance. While it's weathered wave after wave of conquerors, the essence of today's Iranian culture is still rooted in that first Persian Empire from 2,500 years ago.
Persia. At the turn of the century, a poor agricultural country, rich only in legend and undeveloped natural resources.
In the 20th century, with the discovery of its vast oil reserves, Iran became entwined with the West.
Oil was struck at last, and drilling commenced.
During World War II, Iran was a vital oil resource for the Allies. After the war, Iran's young Shah, or king, Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, became more closely involved with the West. Oil flowed easy, and he was a friend of Western oil companies. Then things changed.
Oil again poses a threat to peace, and the Middle East again becomes a trouble spot, as Iran's vast petroleum reserves arouse nationalists.
In 1951, the popular Prime Minister Mossadegh nationalized Iran's foreign-owned oil industry.
Yeah, and also, people loved him.
The resulting turmoil, the Shah was forced into exile. This is when the troubled relationship between Iran and the United States began.
Every Iranian school kid knows the date 1953. That's when the CIA engineered a coup that overthrew the democratically elected Prime Minister Mossadegh. He had angered the West by nationalizing Iranian oil.
Wait, are you telling me that we're about to hear how Iran had a democracy, that Iran had a democratically elected prime minister who was actually doing good things and that the people loved, and then the United States orchestrated a coup? That the CIA overthrew Iran's democracy? Are you about to tell me that the U.S., that has talked about bringing democracy and bringing peace and liberation to the people of Iran, to the people in the Middle East, with all of these regimes that they seek to that they seek to liberate the people from? You're telling me that in 1953 the U.S. fucked democracy in Iran up?
So they installed the pro-Western Shah instead.
Former Premier Mossadegh's ruined house is a mute testimony to 3 days of bloody rioting, culminating in a military coup from which the one-time dictator of Iran fled for his life. The Shah, who had fled to Rome, comes home, backed by General Zahedi, military strongman, who engineered his return to power. Iranian oil may again flow westward.
Back on the throne, the Shah allowed Western oil companies to run Iran.
Yeah, and you know that the CIA has admitted to this. You know, there's a lot of things that we know to be true, that like, great journalists and investigative reporters have dug up, that the CIA is like, oh, well, no, we didn't maybe do that. The CIA has publicly admitted that they were involved in the coup against Mossadegh. And what they did was, this was led by the grandson of Teddy Roosevelt, whose name was Kermit. That's right. His name was Kermit Roosevelt. And over the course of 4 days, they orchestrated 2 attempts to destabilize the government. Oh, that's interesting, because I always thought that we were hearing about how Iran is the great destabilizing force and that we have to go in and stabilize because they're so destabilizing. But we destabilized the government. We got rid of the democratically elected leader, and it forever changed Iran's relationship with the United States. And there is a very long history. The U.S. has a very long history of destabilizing the region. And it's very important to, you don't have to know everything, but you need to know that this is what has happened. And so when you are told, whether it's Kamala Harris getting up at the DNC and saying that Iran is a destabilizing, dangerous force, or it is, CNN pundits, MSNBC pundits, Fox News pundits, members of Congress who will tell you that Iran has been a threat for a long time. You need to know the United States involvement and how we set Iran on this course of being destabilized. Just like how we stabilized Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Yes. Iran was basically punished for not take writing America. Yeah, that
Iran's oil industry again. With the profits, he modernized
the CIA has told us heinous shit that they've done. Imagine what they have not told us. Yeah, the things that they have owned up to, which are heinous. And now imagine the things that they have not owned up to.
Country. Through the 60s, there was a return to stability, and the Shah was a key American ally in the Middle East. The Shah ruled in royal opulence from grand palaces. He enjoyed summers in this one until the late 1970s. Strolling through its fine rooms, visitors are reminded how the Shah lived in extreme luxury. But his materialistic decadence and pro-Western...
Yes, also Iran was secular. They were a secular democratic state. They were better than the U.S. at this time, and then the U.S. fucked
policies
them up.
Offended Iran's conservatives and alienated religious and political groups. Angry people hit the streets. The unrest led to crackdowns by the Shah's forces that tortured and killed thousands. All of this emboldened a revolutionary movement and burned into the national psyche a fear of American meddling in internal Iranian affairs. After 25 years of the Shah's rule, the Islamic Revolution threw him out and brought Ayatollah Khomeini back from exile. That revolution and the Ayatollah established the Islamic Republic, which rules to this day. Walking the streets here, I felt a disturbing presence of government. This is not a democracy. In 1979, the new government brought Iran not freedom, but what they call a revolution of values. It legislated morality, such as no alcohol and no casual sex. As far as many parents are concerned here, it's family values. Iran is ruled by a theocracy. They may have a president, but the top religious official, a man called the Supreme Leader, has the ultimate.
It's so funny too because it's like Donald Trump and his MAGA goons who will rail against the Ayatollah, the Supreme Leader. Trump is just jealous. Trump is basically going around calling himself the Supreme Leader. He's calling himself the king. Like he so badly wants to be this. It's like they're jealous. They're fucking jealous that they don't have this this style of governance in the US, and that's what they want. He's hating from outside the club. Yeah, they want this, but with Christianity. Yes. Every accusation being a confession, I swear to God. I know. And again, look at what they did when Iran had was a secular democratic state. Look how they massacred my boy.
Authority. His picture, not the president's, is everywhere. Religious offering boxes are on every street corner. The days when the Shah's men boasted that miniskirts in Tehran were shorter than those in Paris are clearly long gone. Women must dress modestly and are segregated in places like classrooms and buses. And yet here in the Islamic Republic of Iran, to me the atmosphere felt surprisingly secular compared to other Muslim countries. Skylines are not punctuated with minarets. I barely heard a call to prayer. Except for women's dress codes and the lack of American products and advertising, life on the streets here seemed much the same as in secular cities elsewhere in the developing world. While relatively uncluttered with commercial advertising, there are plenty of billboards and murals, and they pack a powerful propaganda message. Some religious murals are uplifting. This one is a Shiite scripture claiming the most caring help is to give good advice. Yet others are troubling and hateful. This one condemns what's considered American imperialism with skulls and dropping bombs rather than stars and stripes.
I mean...
And this one glorifies Hezbollah fighters.
Skulls and dropping bombs is what people in a place like Iran know of the United States.
And their struggle with Israel, which many here consider America's 51st state.
Same with Israel.
This mural honors a martyr, one of hundreds of thousands who died fighting Saddam Hussein back in the 1980s. These murals mix religion, patriotism, and a heritage of dealing with foreign intervention. While I find some of them offensive, I see in these murals the fear and the spine of a people whose values are threatened. The greatest concentration of anti-American murals surrounds the former U.S. Embassy. In 1979, Iranian university students successfully stormed the embassy. They took 52 hostages and held them with the world looking on for 444 days. Some Iranians claim the hostage crisis was a way to radicalize the Islamic Revolution and put the hardliners in power. Others say it was a preemptive strike to stop the United States from orchestrating a military coup designed to overthrow their theocracy and put the Shah back in power. They also wanted to force the extradition of the Shah, who is in exile in the United States. Today it feels like the hostage crisis is old news and younger Iranians have moved on. The murals seem to drone on like an unwanted call to battle. A call which people I encountered, it seems, had simply stopped hearing. Tehran is a vibrant metropolis, Iran's social, artistic, and educational center. Its university is the oldest, biggest, and most prestigious in the land. It's quite selective. Only about 1 in 10 applicants get in. Here, as in other Iranian universities, students enjoy a higher education paid for by the government. But wandering through campus, we learned
You keep hearing all these things that are not even available in the
that
U.S.
free tuition comes with strict guidelines as dictated by the theocracy. While I hope to find some nonconformity, the vibe here made BYU
Definitely
seem
not
like Berkeley.
socialism.
Compliance raged. Women are perfectly welcome. In fact, women outnumber Iranian men in both universities and in many respected professions.
Wait,
But
hold on a second. But I thought that Iran was just a total hellhole for the women there. I thought that we had to bomb. I thought we had to bomb the women in order to totally liberate them.
segregation is the rule. In classrooms, it's men on one side and women on the other. There was no real student union center, just a small commons in each department, with a snack bar for men and an adjacent one for women. Despite the conservative atmosphere, we found students friendly, curious, and willing to chat. What do you study?
Only for chemistry.
Chemistry, very difficult.
Yes.
For me, very difficult. What do you study?
Chemistry.
All of you are
Yes.
chemistry.
Yes.
So we're learning very much when we come to Iran.
For example?
For example, the people are not angry with America.
Yes. Government has a lot of war to each other because their benefits, but there's no war.
Over 130 Iranian women among the world's top 1% most cited researchers. There are a lot of Iranian women in the STEM fields in Iran, and they are amongst the 1% most cited researchers.
That's a very interesting point. So the governments have a difficult time, but the people, if we meet the people, it's like this.
Yes, they're friends to each other.
Yeah, it's like
They
this. I
should
like
be
that.
friends.
Yeah. So for Americans, we're very religious people, but we make the government and the church apart, you know.
It's not common to each other, but in Iran, unfortunately, the religious and the politics is mixed to each other.
Yeah. So this
and it's
is.
the main problem.
You think that's?
Yes, it's the main problem of
in theory,
and it's the main point of that distance between people and government.
So you're a modern young woman,
Yeah, of course.
well educated.
I like to be.
Yeah. Then you must cover your hair.
It's a law in Iran.
It's a law.
It's
yeah.
a law.
Now, I cannot shake your hand.
No, because here is a religious society.
So I can go like salam?
Me too.
I can go salam?
No, bye, Khuda Hafiz. Khuda Hafiz.
Hoda
God,
Hafiz. Okay, and I can shake his hand.
Yes, yes.
I'll shake your hand for her, okay? Thank you.
Do you like to take a picture? Do you like to take a picture together?
I would like to take a picture. That's a good-looking hat. Yeah. Yeah. I have a game I like to play with all my new friends. I will go like this. Can I take a picture with you and me?
Of course.
And all of you guys together. So you can go here. Okay. Are we ready?
Yes.
So we'll look into the camera and we'll say salam.
Salam.
We'll say people to people.
People too.
People to people. Iranian women live under strict Muslim laws in public. To a Western viewpoint, the dress code imposed on women seems disrespectful. But according to an Islamic perspective, modesty is considered respectful. In Iran, women's bodies are.
And again, though, it's the same people too, like, who will think that being a trad wife is what women in America should aspire to be. That it's like, oh, no. This whole women working thing, that's been bad. Like, women's rights has gone too far. We are living in a backlash against progress for women. Look at what's happened to women's bodily autonomy. Look at just the raging misogyny and sexism in our society. The very evident backlash to women's progress that is being used by, being used by people who want to distract the working class masses from their economic insecurity and point them away from the real from who has caused that, and towards like progress for other marginalized groups as the reason that their life is worse. You did look good as a Mormon. Thank you very much. Yeah. Well, we should all be Mormon women.
Are not vehicles for advertising. You don't see sexy magazines. There's almost no public display of affection.
That's what's so fucking funny is like the conservatives too who rail against women publicly talking about sex, women dressing sexily, right? Like the modest traditional conservative view and then also though because they're so Islamophobic are like these women are captive. These women, you know, aren't free over there, but we're free over here. Ultimately, I think women should have the freedom to truly dress and do what the fuck they want, okay? Like that's what I think. But if you're going to sit here as a conservative, as a Christian conservative in the United States who has been actively working to repress women and then talk about how women are so oppressed in the Middle East, what the fuck are you even talking about? The insanity to act as if, oh, it's okay, but as long as it's being done in the name of Christianity.
While women can dress as they like at home, in public,
Iran will get that changed. Their youth does not like the hijab law, right? And that's what I like. Iranians and young people in Iran and political activist groups, they should get to be the ones who are making those changes in their society, not the United States coming in and bombing the shit out of them. Conservatives only bring up women's and LGBTQ issues to justify imperial ventures. It's the same way when they'll be like, if you were gay in Palestine, Hamas would throw you off a roof. Oh yeah, like Israel is not murdering LGBTQ Palestinians. Oh, suddenly we care so much about gay rights? Oh, okay. So then you should be against Israel because guess what? They're killing indiscriminately in Palestine.
they wear the chador and are expected not to show their hair or show off the shape of their body. I found their awareness of our camera fascinating. Women seemed to sense when it was near and would adjust their scarves to make sure their hair was properly covered. Local surveys indicate that about 70% of these women would dress more freely in public if allowed.
Kind of difficult to progress in society when you are
While modesty is
constantly
enforced,
being bombed.
vanity is not out of bounds. In fact, cosmetic surgery, especially nose jobs, is big business here among the middle class. Even though covered up, women expertly utilize their feminine charms. Faces are beautifully made up, and when so much else is covered, particularly expressive and mysterious.
Do be sensing cameras.
In Tehran, I found simply wandering the shopping streets endlessly entertaining. Dropping into this bookstore and surveying its selection, the Persian passion for poetry became clear.
Yes. So this one opens like so.
And in Farsi, the book starts where our books end.
Is this the beginning of the book here?
Streets were lined with cheap, colorful snack bars and inviting ice cream shops. Each little visit left me with indelible and often...
Like, seriously, though, how are a people supposed to have internal progress when external forces are raining bombs down on them? And it's like, I keep going back to the bullshit pinkwashing and other tired propaganda arguments that are applied to Palestine where the argument against an argument for being against stopping genocide is that Palestinian LGBTQ rights do not exist. So therefore we shouldn't be fighting to liberate Palestinians because LGBTQ Palestinians don't have liberties, even though no Palestinians have liberties. What are we talking about? It is so dumb. seriously. It's like, oh yeah, I'm so concerned about getting rights as a gay person, even though as a Palestinian person, I'm being starved and murdered and have been occupied and forced under the control of Israel for my entire life. I think first being free as Palestinians is the order of business, and then progress for LGBTQ Palestinians, for women, etc. Like, they're in survival mode. It's so insane. It's so insane to be like, yeah, but gay rights, when they are all literally trying to survive.
Hasty memories. Mandun. Bye-bye.
Only Islam
This
is
isn't just
built
any
into.
ice cream
Famously, don't
sandwich.
ask the
Saffron,
Christians
rose water,
Hindus.
and pistachios. It's a Persian specialty.
Don't
But
ask.
if you really want to shop with
classically
style,
Abby.
leave the gritty, intense central area and head to the hilly district of North Tehran. Browsing in its malls and classy shops, you could be in London or Paris. Shoppers who have the money can find nearly anything they like.
This video is about 15 years old. Yes.
This high-end confectionery shop gives a glimpse of the taste and lifestyles of North Tehran citizens.
Yes, this is 15 years ago, and like in the past 15 years, young Iranians, like Iran's youth, have been protesting against the authoritarian regime. They have been rising up against their repressive government. So like, just like young people all across the West, just like young people in like around the world, young people who are out fighting in the streets, who are protesting, who are pushing against repression, against authoritarianism. Like, that is their right to do so, and they should be the ones. They are the ones who are civilians, who are citizens in these countries that they are working to make better.
Cafes in lush gardens like this are the playground of Iran's wealthy, where they let their hair down just a little. The young, privileged, and cosmopolitan manage to be quite fashionable. This scene may be chic, but I heard that the real partying goes on in the privacy of people's homes. Many of these people could afford to live abroad, but prefer to live as economic elites here in the ritziest corner of Tehran. On our way out of town, we visit a symbol of this vibrant city, its Freedom Monument. Dating from the 1970s, it's one of the former Shah of Iran's many extravaganzas. He built it to celebrate the 2500th anniversary of the Persian Empire and all the mighty Persian kings who came before him. Underlining the ancient roots of this society, its design symbolizes a Zoroastrian fire altar, and it's decorated with classic Persian motifs. Leaving Tehran was quick and easy with its impressive system of highways. Just outside of town, we dropped by the great mosque containing the tomb of Ayatollah Khomeini. He was the spiritual leader of the rebellion that overthrew the Shah in 1979, and Khomeini ruled the country for the next decade. Even though the mosque can accommodate up to 1 million worshippers on special days, it's undergoing a major expansion. The work is funded by small donations, mostly from the poor, as they were the people Khomeini inspired the most. This felt like a particularly easygoing mosque in keeping with Khomeini's image among his people. Rather than the impression I've long held of a menacing ideologue, here he's considered a sage and a champion of traditional values. After the Shah's excesses and corruption, Khomeini's simplicity and holiness had a strong appeal to the Iranian masses. He did use oppressive tactics, but to the poor and the less educated, the charismatic Khomeini was like a messiah. As the personification of the Islamic Revolution, he symbolized deliverance from the economic oppression and Western decadence of the Shah. Khomeini gave millions of Iranians hope. Continuing south on the main highway, the arid vastness of this Alaska-sized country is clear.
You know, it sounds like people in these areas of the world have a problem with the West, with the United States being shoved down their throats.
Venturing up a river valley where water brings life to the landscape, we find a timeless moment. A shepherd watching over his flock. The scene could be from 5,000 years ago, when this corner of Iran was part of the Fertile Crescent.
Okay, straight up, this is what Americans think all the Middle East is, besides Israel.
A place and time when farming and the domestication of animals helped give rise to the first great civilizations. You get the feeling this could be back in ancient Mesopotamia. Then we came across the village of Abiana, nestled in its valley. The remains of a ruined castle are a
This reminds me of this amazing TikTok. Movie shows Arab country, Hollywood.
And the main industry seems to be selling dried fruits. Salam. Ooh. It's good? What is this? Is this good? How many? Khomeini? Khomeini. I don't think so. No. I'll give you some. Let's see. Let me get. How much? Oh, Khomeini, him. Okay. That one? Okay. Merci. Bye-bye. So it surprised me. They said one Khomeini, and I bought these dried apples with this bill, and it's got a Khomeini on it. So that's what they call the bill for the tourists. A Khomeini. Okay, so Ziba Banu? Nice. This austere yet holy mosque was dedicated to the Muslim equivalent of a saint. Inside, 2 young men who work in a Tehran TV station were attracted to our high-definition camera. This encounter provided an opportunity for a quick language lesson. If I want to say hello, what do I say?
You must say Salamun alaikum.
Salaman alaikum.
Yes.
If that's too long for me, if I want to just say hi.
Hi means salam.
Salam.
Yes.
Salam. And if I want to say goodbye?
Goodbye means Khoda Hafiz.
Khoda Hafiz.
Khoda means God.
Khoda.
Hafiz means keeper.
So God keep you.
Yes.
May God keep.
Also, it is insane to have Tehran be evacuating right now. You know, the IDF and Trump are telling Tehran to evacuate. 10 million people who live in that city. Just, get up and evacuate. Like, that's just so easy. But also, that is not the region of Iran where most of the uranium enrichment is even happening. So the fact that they're bombing it is just to bomb a heavily populated metropolitan area. You know? Like, in the United States, bombing New York City and going, yeah, but, you know, that's where they do the nuclear building. No, they don't. Not in this metropolitan area. No, you're just doing it because because of its importance in the New York City. It's not the capital. I guess, same with DC if they were to bomb DC, but Tehran being the capital and being a very densely populated city.
Take care of you.
I wish that God keep you.
Okay, say hi, Def. Hi, Def.
Maybe it's in the Bronx. Maybe they're building nukes in the Bronx.
That's good.
You know what? Honestly, I'm so shocked the New York Times and these other liberal outlets have not said that, like, Zoran has nukes. I'm so shocked that we haven't gotten a piece yet written by Ezra Klein's wife talking about how Zoran Mamdani has nukes.
Iran's main highway slices through the empty landscape, linking the country's leading cities like a lifeline. After a few hours, we reach Esfahan. The city, with 1.5 million people, is a showcase of Persian splendor. One of the finest cities in Islam and the cultural heart of Iran, it's famous for its dazzling blue-tile domes and romantic bridges. Iranians come here to both connect with their heritage and to celebrate it. I'm not surprised that this city is Iran's #1 honeymoon destination. Along with being romantic, Esfahan is just plain enjoyable. Its main boulevard is a delight, giving the visitor a slice-of-life look at today's commerce. It's a bustling scene, as entertaining for its people watching as it is for its window shopping. We found the people in Esfahan were as friendly and willing to talk to us as they were in the countryside. What is your name?
Lucy.
Lucy.
Your heart is very kind.
Thank you. Your heart is kind too.
I am very philanthropic.
Yeah? Can I take your photograph? Okay. Hello. Thank you. America and Iran, we can be friends.
I wish the relationship between Iran and America.
Wait, the tweet making the Zoran joke? Is this the Greg? Per credible reports, Zoran Mamdani stays away from developing a nuclear weapon. Yo, I also tweeted this like a week ago, or it was as soon as Zoran pulled ahead in the polls for the first time. I was like, can't wait for the liberal media to go into overdrive to ensure that that Zoran is not elected. And that is exactly what they've been doing. It's so funny to see all the endorsements of Cuomo be like, look, I fucking hate the guy, okay? I think he's a real piece of shit. I have serious ethical considerations, but you should vote for him. But I am endorsing him. It's like every single person endorsing Cuomo has made sure to be like, you know, I don't think the guy's perfect and I got a lot of ethical problems. That is how much they are afraid of socialism. That is how much they want to root out populism and someone like Zoran from showing that actually this is possible in the US. That is how much they hate him. Yeah, I know. His wife is hot. They're a beautiful couple. You know what? I'm glad they're using their hotness to as like a political strategy. Here's the clip of Greg.
The second time, social justice suicide bombers.
Numbers you could do business.
Yeah, this Zoran Mamdani, weird name by the way, very scary. What is he, a Muslim? Yeah, he's really trying to do another 9/11 in New York, huh?
It wasn't like the Wild West. Now it's worse than the Wild West. It's a magnet for mayhem. Sanctuary cities did that, where the worst behavior is rewarded and decent people live in terror. They don't even take public transportation. The left love to say, this is worse than 9/11, whether it's January 6th or Trump's reelection. I'm telling you, man, the Democrats under Bill de Blasio managed to do to New York City what Al-Qaeda never could do, which is destroy our will to fight.
It is so funny to me to link the Democrats in like that. That's the thing about it is that conservatives will just call Democrats centrists, leftists, social, like etc. They'll just put them all in the same boat. Yeah, the Dems did 9/11. Holy shit. Oh, God. You know what, Greg? I see why they pay you the big bucks. I see why they pay you the big bucks. I do. Here's another one. As I was saying, I think it's great that Zoran and his hot wife are using their hotness as a way to, like, score political points. The Democrats equal Al-Qaeda. Yes, indeed. Did you see this New Yorker article? Yeah. Oh, yes. That's why I made that joke. Oh, Annie Lowrey. That's her name. Oops. Sorry. That's Ezra Klein's wife, Annie Lowrey. Don't want to be accused of being sexist like she is accusing all her critics of right now. So let me make sure I know her name, Annie Lowrey. Yeah. New York is not a democracy. Could ranked choice vote? She argues in the piece against ranked choice voting. He hasn't showcased his wife like that. No. I'm saying that I mean that like Twitter is using him and his hot wife to be like, vote for these people because they're hot. And I'm saying, you know what? Yeah. You know what? I'm all about it. As part of political strategy, sure. Show pictures of this hot couple and be like, vote for them because they're hot. Socialism is sexy. And if it works, is what I'm saying. Right. If it helps him win, why not?
Become good.
Me too. Also, just FYI, if Zoran wins and if ranked choice voting being a an asset to him winning, just know that the Democrats are going to fight like hell to get rid of it. Because this is what they do. It will be made illegal. But Zoran needs to win. And when he wins, oh, it will be a beautiful day. And it will send the message. It will send the message that this should be the bottom line, right? This should be the starting place.
The Chehel Sotun Palace is a vivid reminder that Esfahan was the capital of Persia 400 years ago. With its reflecting pool and fine gardens, the palace gives you a sense of Persia's 16th and 17th century golden age. The portico features 20 slender and stately wooden columns. The entrance shows the geometric motif the Persians were famous for. Twinkling mirrors lure you into the interior of the palace.
Pretty. One more on Zoran. I saw this as well. Yeah, because in the same piece, Annie Lowry literally was like, well, if these two have anything in common, I guess it'd be that they're Nepo babies, because Zoran's mother directed Mississippi Masala and Andrew Cuomo's father was the governor of New York. And then when people called her out for it, she was like, it's called a joke. It's called a joke. And it's like, yeah, fucking right. Ooh, look at me. I'm Zoran Mamdani. My mother directed Mississippi Masala. I'm so popular, Obama staffers are coming out of the woodwork to sabotage me. I'm hot, but my wife is 2 times hotter. I'm going to be mayor of New York. Fuck you, man. Stupid, sexy, socialist. Fuck you, man. Honestly, if Zoran were to become the mayor of New York, I wonder if Will and I would finally, if we would finally move to New York City. If we would leave Los Angeles behind and become New Yorkers. Literally hate that Obama's fuck-ass legacy is still sabotaging anything progressive. I love that Obama is nowhere to be found, and then randomly, like a former advisor of his, somebody connected to Obama, maybe Obama himself, will pop up to try and ruin progress. And then he just retreats into the Hamptons or from whence he came. Hassan said he wanted to move and make Austin come too, even though they just made him move to LA. That honestly, that should not even be brought up to Austin even as a joke, because he will have, I think he would have a panic attack. Marsh really wants to move to New York, so Marsh, best believe that he is already trying to convince others in Fear and to move to the Big Apple. Also, let's be for real, Hassan would never he would not do well in New York.
I was struck by the elegance and grace of Islamic Persia at its zenith. With tender dancers, flowing hair,
it would be pretty funny if Fear had moved to New York
mustaches.
After Austin had just moved
The
to LA after
sumptuous
years.
richness of this culture comes across in these
That
fine
would be
paintings.
pretty funny.
Scenes in its grand hall show how, around 4 centuries ago, the king, or Shah, maintained,
No, I mean
defended,
his
and
current
expanded his
lifestyle
empire.
songs. It would
Here,
be
the
tough
Shah and
with
his
New
troops
York.
quell a revolt against his rule by the Uzbekis.
Cutie would hate New York.
Then, defending his
She would be-
empire, the
she
Shah
would be the
battles the
hardest.
Ottoman Turks with their frightening new artillery and manages to stop the Ottomans' eastward juggernaut. Waging what I would imagine was very high-powered diplomacy, the Shah threw extravagant banquets in this very palace. These splendid scenes seem to show off the very best of Persian life. In Esfahan, everything seems to radiate from the Grand Imam Square. It's one of the largest in the world. Like so much in Iran that prior to 1979 was named for the Shah, now it's named after Khomeini, the great Imam, as leading Muslim teachers are called. Two striking mosques face Imam Square. The smaller mosque was built for the women of the Shah's harem. Under its colorful dome, lattice windows illuminate intricate mosaic work. The Imam Mosque, one of the holiest in Iran, is both huge and beautiful, with the elaborate decoration typical of Persian mosques. It has exquisite tile work and was constructed in the early 1600s. That's about when Bernini was redoing St. Peter's Basilica and Europe was in its Baroque age.
Yeah, like, I'm so sorry again, but somebody who worships in like a mega church, okay, one of the most hideous looking, just obnoxiously obscene structures of worship, looking at a place like Iran with these thousands-year-old mosques and going, yeah, they're uncultured barbarians. Okay, we gotta, we gotta save the people over there, but also the people over there are uncivilized and want to kill us all because they're jealous of our freedom. It's one thing Catholicism does right. Yeah, at least Catholic churches, I will say, at least Catholic churches got, they've got the stained windows and there's a beauty to them. But man, oh man, those mega churches. Oof, duh. Catholics popped off with the stained glass. Real talk.
Its towering facade is as striking as the grandest cathedrals of Europe, but Islam forbids images. Therefore, rather than the carved statues you'd find decorating a Christian church, a mosque has decorative designs and script. This creates a visual chant of Quranic verses praising Allah, or God.
You don't like the suburban strip mall converted into an
Locals
evangelical
believe that the color
megachurch?
pattern of the tiles,
That Joel
light
Osteen
Turkish blue
can,
and dark Persian blue, is calming
make
and
his
contributes
millions
to
at?
spiritual healing. This mosque's cantor is happy to demonstrate the splendid acoustics of its 17th century dome.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu anna Mawlana Amir al-Mu'minin Aliyan Waliyullah.
We're here, it seems, with much of Esfahan for Friday prayers. Filled with thousands of worshippers, the mosque comes to life. This scene struck me as similar to a church service back home. Sermon, responsive reading, lots of prayer, lots of getting up and getting down.
Also, you guys, the reason that I'm choosing. What did I say earlier? I can't remember what I said earlier. The reason I'm choosing to show Rick Steves' travel video in Iran, and maybe I'll another day this week show Bourdain's, and just like showing you footage of a place that is being bombed right now. And that, yeah, we could be just sitting and waiting to see what the next airstrike is, and just doing wall-to-wall coverage of the the airstrikes that are occurring between Israel and Iran. But I think like what's important to understand is that there are people here with a long history and a vibrant culture, and yes, there are many problems with the regime, but this is one, because of the United States, and two, this is not up to anybody to come in and use military muscle to control the government of a foreign state, when this is up to the people to do that. And also, just as a reminder that we still have so much, we have been fed so much propaganda about the Middle East. And there's a lot of people in America who look at the Middle East as all just one lump, and they don't differentiate between the various nations and cultures. And they have there's just such deep bigotries and these resentments within the US that exist towards millions of people who live in this region that has consistently for decades been the target of Western imperial interests. And so just, having a basic understanding, Ted Cruz, of Iranian culture, of, the people who live there, etc. There's a lot of history there. And in order to undo propaganda that has been fed to you your entire life, you have to start by understanding the people who you have been convinced, who you've been told are a certain way. And it's much more, there's much more complexity there, and a very rich history that you just have never been exposed to.
But there are perplexing differences. Women worship in a separate section. Soldiers stand guard among the worshipers, a reminder of the tensions within today's Islamic world. And the seemingly innocuous yellow banner in the background proclaims death to Israel. This disturbing mix of politics and religion apparently results from a deep-seated resentment of Western culture imposed on their world.
Yes.
Esfahan, as a religious center, is an ideal place to try to better understand complexities like these. Officially, this is the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's a Shiite Muslim theocracy. There's no separation of mosque and state. The Constitution does allow for...
Yeah, unlike in the United States, where we have a separation of church and state.
Other religions, as long as they don't offend Islam. A major concern, Muhammad, who came in the 7th century, is considered the last prophet. That's why Sunni Muslims, Christians, and Jews are tolerated, but Baha'is, whose prophet Baha'u'llah came in the 19th century, are not. Tolerance? To a degree. Religious freedom? Well, let's put it this way. If you want to get anywhere in Iran...
I tolerate all Baha'is except for Justin Baldoni.
...military or government, you better be a practicing Shiite Muslim. Iranians are predominantly Shiite Muslim, not Sunni Muslim. Struggling to understand the difference, I asked our local guide, Mr. Syed Rahim Batai, to explain. So, there are more than 1 billion Muslims on this planet. Some are Sunni, some are Shiite. What's the difference?
Difference is very simple. They were split after the death of the Prophet Muhammad, and it was the beginning of 7th century. And it was over the succession of the Prophet Muhammad. Those people who believed in Ali as a successor of Prophet Muhammad, and also his descendants, were Shiite, became Shiite. And those people who didn't believe in this system, we call them Sunnis.
And again, I do not like the institution of religion. I do not like religion being used as a means of control, as a way to oppress. But that goes for all religion. So if you're going to say that about people who follow the religion of Islam, using that faith in a controlling, oppressive way, you best be talking about Christians as well, Catholics, etc. Yes, how Israel uses Judaism. How they use Judaism to commit atrocities.
The different Christians have one Bible. What about Shiites and Sunni?
They have got the same book, same holy book. It's called Quran. Same verses, same writing.
Good Sunni, good Shiite die. Do they both go to heaven?
They both go to heaven. That's the same for Sunni and Shiites. There are only minor differences.
But these differences seem small, but still many people are dying, and I read in the news, Sunni fighting Shiite. Of course, Protestants have fought Catholics, and many people were dying. Today, in Islam, Sunni and Shiite are fighting. Why is that?
Just consider that many nations have fought each other during the course of history. Not all of it has been because of religion.
But there's so much bloodshed between Sunnis and Shiites. In the 1980s, 1 million casualties between Sunni Iraq and Shiite Iran. Why do they fight and shed blood when the differences seem so small?
Because it wasn't a religious war. It has got nothing to do for being a Shiite or Sunni. That was a territorial thing. And also ambitions of a dictator, Saddam Hussein.
Economic expansion, nationalism.
Nationalism, economic expansion, some help from superpowers. I think the best example for the people in the West to understand these matters between Shiites and Sunnis is this example of England and Ireland.
People love to make the black on black crime.
Whatever the
argument
root
against
causes,
Muslims.
religious or nationalism, the Sunni and Shiite Muslims share a bloody past, and the conflict continues. Like cities throughout Iran, Esfahan has a cemetery dedicated to the estimated 200,000 Iranian martyrs, as anyone who dies in a religious or national war is called, of the Iran-Iraq War. All the portraits and all the dates are from the 1980s.
Is Shia the more modern word for Shiite? So my understanding is that Shia is Arabic, and then Shiite is it translated in English. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Today, over 2 decades later, the cemetery is still very much alive with mourning loved ones. While the United States lives with the scars of Vietnam, a generation of Iranians live with the scars of their war with Iraq, a war in which Iran, with 1/4 of our population, suffered many times the deaths. It's traditional in Iran to picnic at the grave sites of lost loved ones. We met 2 families who each lost a son in the war, sharing a meal. They first met here 20 years ago and became friends.
How many times throughout history has religion been used as the cover for going to war when it was really about land? But when you say, oh, they hate us because of our religion, or, my religion tells me that these are my enemies, then you are justified. You're not, but it provides a justification. And the reality is that it is about territory. It's about control.
Surviving children married. And they've shared memorial meals together here at the tombs of their lost sons ever since. Esfahan's sprawling covered bazaar still serves the community as it has for 1,300 years. It functions like a big shopping mall. Locals pick up the basics for everyday living. For me, it was a great opportunity to get a lesson in things uniquely Persian from merchants
The entire
who perhaps
conquest of the New World was sold as a mission to bring God to this land.
had never met an American tourist. Tell me, what is this for? Many colors.
This is 7 spices.
7 spices.
This is cinnamon, is curcuma, ginger, is red pepper, is coriander, and is muscat. Is mixed together in like this. You mix in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a
And
pirate's
this,
punch.
For cooking, this for chicken or meat.
Oh, that takes me back to dinner last night. Yeah.
Very delicious.
So when I have a meat right saying, and right doing. And today, in this predominantly Muslim society, a small Zoroastrian community still survives and worships freely. Heading further south, I was impressed by the stark beauty of the countryside. Much of Iran is a high plateau. In fact, during our entire visit, we'll never drop below about 4,000 feet. Each rough roadside town we pass gives an insight into workaday Iranian rural life. This village offers a glimpse at a busy bakery. Business is brisk, and the efficient mini production line reveals that good fresh bread is still the staff of life.
Nothing like some fresh bread. What is the lavash?
The fertile river valleys still grow grain as they have for ages.
I love lavash.
And using technology from the days of David and Goliath, a farmer slings a rock to frighten the birds off his barley. And just across the stream stands a caravanserai, a roadside inn going back to the Middle Ages in the days of Marco Polo. Iran served as a thoroughfare for the legendary Silk Road. It was a 5,000-mile-long trade route connecting China and Istanbul, the gateway to Europe. Along the entire route, every 30 miles or so, that would be a day's journey by camel, there is a rest stop providing a safe and secure overnight for the caravans. Seeing the shafts of light swirling with ancient dust, it's easy to imagine the smell of cook fires so many centuries ago and the cacophony of sounds as travelers took shelter within these walls. I find these caravanserai evocative. Imagine this fortified complex providing a safe refuge for the night, complete with restaurant, good place to park the camel, market, entertainment, and a great place to catch up on the latest news. Across the farmer's field, atop a cliff, sits the ruins of an ancient city. Iran is dotted with weathered remnants of its rich history.
I've just had it. Lavash I've had a lot in Armenia, so that's the one that I know.
Many of
As an Iranian being out of there for 4 years, it gives me goosebumps sitting in NYC watching this at this time. Man, most, people in the United States whose families or who themselves are not from these regions that we are constantly terrorizing will never know what it feels like to sit and watch as the country that you currently reside in is bombing your homeland. I mean, that is a feeling that nobody should have to experience, but I don't know. I just wait, look at this. Millennials watching the U.S. mobilizing to go to war in the Middle East with dubious evidence and a framing of evangelical hyper-patriotism. Like, really? Are we fucking doing this again? Here we go again! Oh, yeah. Gen Z, hi. Welcome. First time? Here we go again. Yeah, the weird evangelical hyper-patriotism, dubious evidence saying that we just gotta go bomb. We just gotta go do it.
These bits of its ancient past go back 2,000 years to the age when silk and other treasures from the Orient began arriving in Europe. Today, the Iranian government recognizes the value and the fragility of its heritage, and it's working to preserve it. A couple more hours to the southwest is Shiraz, a booming city of over 1 million people. Another center of Persian culture, Shiraz is a sophisticated city. Its impressive citadel.
All we need is Colin Powell arguing the case in front of Congress 2003 all over again. It's like they're not even doing that this time because they are like, yeah, we don't need to. We don't even need the public to support us. The public is not supporting this. The public is not supporting, but they're like, yeah, we're just banking on them being too distracted. Ultimately, you know, what we do overseas, like, there's only so much that people will care about.
With fine brickwork survives from when this was the capital of Persia 200 years ago. Shiraz is famous as the home of beloved Persian poets. Perhaps the two greatest were Hafez and Sadi, who lived here centuries ago. Gardens sprawl out from the poets' tombs, with tranquil corners provided to ponder the mystical brilliance of these prophets of love. Even in our rushed modern world, Iranians take time to slow down and be meditative. Friends and families gather here to share their poetry. Hafez, who lived in the early 14th century, is entombed beneath this ornate canopy in this peaceful garden. His lyrical poems are noted for their beauty. They draw upon themes of love, mysticism, and early Sufi teachings. He is revered, and
like
his
history's
poetry
repeating
is
itself too
still
much.
enormously influential on the Iranian people.
It rhymes.
The tomb of Sheikh Sadi has a similar impact on people from all levels of Iranian society. Writing in the 13th century, he drew from his extensive travels and interactions with people from all walks of life. His words still stir the souls of Iranians.
سلسله موی دوست حلقه دام بلاست هر که در این حلقه نیست فارغ از این ماجرا.
The links of the beloved's hair form a chain of suffering. The man not thus bound remains unaware of this tale. As for myself, strike me by the sword in her full view. A sidelong glance from those eyes will fill ransom hearts, and should I give up life in pursuit of her favor? No pity at all. I love the beloved more than my life. Man, why isn't Will Neff reading? You know what? Men these days... He ain't saying I love the beloved more than my life. What the fuck?
This is Rick.
Nice to see you. Visitors are welcomed into Iranian homes as honored guests. We've been invited into a fairly wealthy family's home for dinner and a look at the modern
like
domestic
that.
scene.
Write 'em.
Their home is as contemporary and up-to-date as you'd find anywhere. Because we're here with our camera, the women are dressed more conservatively than they would be if they were just here with their family and friends. Time and time again, we experienced how in Islam...
When I ask Will to write me a poem, he just says I can't spell. I'm like, oh my God. And I had a boyfriend in college who wrote me a song, and it was so bad. It was so bad. There are so many songs, amazing songs that have been written that have Caroline in it, but none of them are about me. Well, in my mind, some of them are, but...
Visitors are considered a gift of God and treated as such with generous hospitality. And tonight, that includes a wonderful meal.
Male longing.
Called Iranian
That's
kebab.
not like incel shit.
Chicken.
So this would be lamb mostly?
Yeah, mostly lamb.
Do you say bon appetit? Is there any word like that?
Nushajan.
Yeah, Nushajan.
Nushajan.
Yeah.
It's the same as bon appetit.
Before I know it,
Male
plates
yearning,
filled
yes.
with fish, kebabs, 2 kinds of rice, eggplant, and tomatoes. You understand, you're listening. The conversation's as lively as at any home I've visited in Europe.
Well, that's what people say. If you really want to eat well in Iran.
Are these
Make some
gummies?
friends.
Yeah, these are weed gummies. I'm just crushing
And
them.
dessert came with a surprise.
Hey, look at this.
Happy birthday to you.
Mohammed, thank you.
Oh, you guys.
Puff the candles.
Puff them out. Yo. Oh. Mamnoon. Mamnoon very much.
An hour's drive from Shiraz takes us to Persepolis, the dazzling capital of the Persian Empire back when it reached from Greece all the way to India. Built by Darius and his son Xerxes the Great around 500 BC, this was the awe-inspiring home of the King of Kings for nearly 200
You know,
years.
the thing is, too, every time the U.S. or Israel, whoever else, bombs these beautiful historic lands, they are straight up erasing history. Like, that's why in Palestine, we talk about the cultural genocide, right? There are many forms of genocide. Genocide is not just committed against, human bodies, but there's various forms of genocide. And in Palestine, just how many mosques and churches and cultural institutions and these really, really important parts of history, so many civilizations lost to history. Yeah. And that is an enormous loss on its own, right? Literal buildings from thousands of years ago. Yeah. And those cannot be replaced. Israel was targeting so many ancient heritage sites in Gaza because the point is to wipe out their history, wipe out all life, past, present, future. See also Wikipedia list of heritage sites damaged during the Syrian civil war. Yeah, I mean, it's excruciating.
Years.
Israel literally destroyed the olive groves, which were a huge part of Palestinians' way of life. Yes. Those are, olive groves are not just something that you can easily just replant and there you go.
I'd always dreamed of visiting Persepolis, and it didn't disappoint. For me, this is the most magnificent ancient site between the Holy Land and India. The vast complex is a series of royal palaces built on a massive elevated terrace. At the time, Persia was so mighty, no fortifications were needed. Still, 10,000 guards served at the pleasure of the emperor. At the Nations Gate, dignitaries from the 28 nations subjugated by Persia their battle prowess. Even today, 2,500 years after their deaths, they're reminding us of their great power. As history has taught us, no empire lasts forever. In 333 BC, Persepolis was sacked and burned by Alexander the Great, the Macedonian Greek who turned the tide against the Persian Empire.
Yeah, and the U.S. is crumbling after a much shorter amount of time than a lot of these other empires. Here's a poem for you. She sits in her room awash in her flashing light, hunted by Carol much to Megan's delight. She gives us the news and reads articles. She games with the best and knows she is cool. She leads us with her daily infusions of fun. She's the one, the only, Caroline Kwan. You know what? That is... That they're going to be reading that in 1,000 years.
Ending Persian dominance, Alexander spread his Greek culture all the way to India. And Persepolis has been in ruins ever since. Iran is an ancient and proud land with a rich culture. Traveling here, it felt like a paradox. Its contradictions difficult to understand. While our governments may be at odds, the people we met were consistently curious, generous, and friendly.
Yeah, because people are not representative of their government and vice versa. Like, it's just astounding. It's astounding every time someone will travel and go, oh my gosh, wow, the people were actually so nice. Except, you want to know where they don't say that? Fucking France. People go to France and are like, oh my God, French people are the worst. They're such assholes. But France is not demonized by the West in the way that, you know, in the way that the Middle East is. You know what's crazy? The contradictions you find if you walk outside for 5 seconds in the U.S. I mean, look, there are a lot of great people in the United States, okay? Because, like, just because Donald Trump was elected by the majority of people in this country does not mean that I want to condemn, you know, I want to condemn everyone in this country to a life of suffering. There are a lot of amazing talk to people, you know, you try and speak their language, you find commonality, and you can move the needle more that way. Which is why we always talk about how, like, keyboard warriors have a lot to say about how, you know, about people who are protesting, etc., but they're on the internet. They're not going out there and doing the real work. People whose lives have been dedicated to mobilizing and organizing the masses, of getting people to join unions. They go out and, like, talk to people face to face. Same with when, you know, like, what I will say is, when I used to work in politics, going door to door was horrible, but it was not as bad as phone calls, right? And it was, at the time, that wasn't a part of it, but like digital campaigning. There's something about having this kind of screen in front of you that just brings out the worst. Same as a canvasser. Yeah. What did I say? Fundraising? I mostly meant canvassing because that's when I was in the field. People love being edgy when there's anonymity. Yeah. But also, there are a lot of bots. For sure. That is absolutely true. All right. Let me watch. I want to watch this video. Does cold calling even work? Yeah. I mean, that's why it's still a part of. It's still a part of campaigning. Now, it's not to say you won't meet crazy people when you're out in the field. That's for sure. But I don't know. It was like, I just remember being able to have more conversations that I know wouldn't have happened over the phone or, you know, in the comments on Twitter. Have you seen this? Yes, I have. I have seen Tucker Carlson being one of the only people in media to fucking ask questions of these goons. Gazos are home. I think something was organized in the Discord, but I gotta ask my mods. All right, you guys, this is how 9/11 turned American pop culture upside down. Because we talk all the time about the impact that pop culture has on major world events, on politics, on moving the public on social issues, but also how it changes due to what is happening in the world. So it's kind of that reflecting and that refracting. And after 9/11, the kind of jingoism, hyper patriotism in this country was very much so reflected in the popular cultural mindset. And this is a video by Vice, just to show how 9/11 turned American pop culture upside down.
It was a year of belly button rings, Skechers and do-rags. We'd finally made peace with the serpent in the garden and begun a new bizarre chapter of celebrity.
This is Times Square? That's Times Square, right there. Times Square.
And its commodification. The final innings of a battle for home run supremacy.
Bonds hits one hard! Number 60 out of here!
You can hear the sound of hair dryers roaring all over New York City, mascara popping because it's Fashion Week.
The week when the culture gathered to sell its image. and the start of glowing praise for Jonathan Franzen's literary treatment of suburban existentialism.
Writing novels is useless. That's the wonderful thing about it.
It was the morning of album drops from Jay-Z and System of a Down.
Mariah also has an upcoming movie called Glitter.
And multiplexes were revving up for next weekend's splashy premieres.
We could be in for a solid open to the trading day.
Markets were humming. The culture, obsessed with how it got so lucky, gave airtime to a biography of billionaire Howard Hughes.
He was absolutely the most amazing man that America has ever created, ever.
Okay, I have got to interrupt you right now.
Sorry.
We want to go live right now and show you a picture of the World Trade Center, where I understand, do we have it?
The news gave airtime as well to another man famous for his wealth.
We know him as the man behind lots of real estate in Manhattan, and of course, Donald, I understand you were actually a witness to what happened this morning.
This country is different today, and it's going to be different than it ever was for many years to come.
Very profound statement and very true.
Wow, thank you so much, Trump.
9/11 did leave the country very different. It changed what Americans wanted to wear, hear, and see.
Home of freedom fries. See, I told you. Oh my God, Americans are just so superficial.
Or at least it changed what execs thought they wanted.
This is a plural society. That means we accept more than one idea. It offends them.
Studios pushed back films that showed a vapid, glittery New York, edited others to become more escapist.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, but they changed the ending of Lilo and Stitch because initially they hijack, a 737? Yes. Yeah. So let me look up exactly. Lilo and Stitch ending changed because of 9/11. Yes, the climax. Sorry, not a 737, a 747. The climax has Stitch hijacking a 747, flying it through New York City, narrowly, almost running into buildings. And because of 9/11, the scene was changed, so they replaced the 747 with a spaceship, and the city was changed to a Hawaiian mountain range. Was Stitch supposed to hit Tower 7? Yeah, in case you don't know, Stitch from Lilo and Stitch was one of the terrorists.
And delayed what felt a little too on the nose.
We do not tolerate attacks.
In that same interview, Trump said that the Trump Tower is now the tallest building in New York. I remember that.
Songs were pushed off
that.
the radio, with some DJs given a list of what not to play.
Yeah.
Other songs rode the moment.
Yeah, so a lot of the pop culture that was circulated, that was greenlit, etc., after 9/11 was very much so in the frame of mind of uniting us, right? Very American, very like we love New York, love America, patriotism, flag imagery. Superhero movies had a big resurgence after 9/11 because people were so desperate for heroes. No, are you good? Yeah. Okay. Okay. And they didn't want anything that was going to be too edgy, right? To rage against the machine, like to anything that threatened the anything that was going to threaten the American Imperial Project that went into full effect after 9/11 with the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. Flags
9/11
everywhere.
seemed to pull listeners away from angry nu metal and not so subtly nudge them toward the wide
Some
open
say 9/11 is
vistas
why
of
we
anthemic
lost Limp
country.
Bizkit.
The soundtrack for America's upcoming fight for enduring freedom and infinite
Country
justice.
was huge.
And you say we shouldn't worry about Bin Laden. Have you forgotten?
The patriotic parade extended to wrestling.
Bro, and they had Disney Channel stars doing jingoistic commercials. Like, they were telling you to basically sign up and enlist. You know, like enlist and serve your country.
Proud people and damn proud to be Americans.
And the flag waving made it to sports that were slightly less theatrical. On Broadway's Great White Way, the stars puffed.
We'll make a brand new start of it in
old New York.
And when theaters
Even
reopened,
theater got
a
involved.
dark comedy about two Americans who turned horror into a hustle reaped in sales. Meanwhile, a sitcom failed to turn a chef into a star.
Your wife's got a great eye.
Yeah, actually, I like all of her.
Or get many laughs.
Bam.
And model Willa Ford blamed her failure to become a pop star on the timing of a first single. Without 9/11, we might
Can you imagine I didn't become a pop star because of 9/11?
have all seen inspired sequels to Forrest Gump or True Lies, which, lacking the gravity of the moment, were dropped. We might have listened to albums that look and sound different. Or fashion designer Miguel Adrever might be a household name if it weren't for a poorly timed collection evoking Islam that forced him to close shop. Other art saw itself pulled in new meaning.
Isn't that crazy? So many artists who just straight up disappeared, whose careers were over, never began, etc.
Like a 1974 High Wire act, or a smirky presidential portrait included in a show that had just opened in Soho. Looking at
Lindsay
what
Ellis
came
has been on
after,
Protest
it's
Tuesday.
hard
I've
not
been
to
meaning
see
to
a
watch
certain
that.
menace in the attempts to manage the messy emotions of trauma.
If we're serious about bringing down Al-Qaeda and those who sail with it, the CIA needs authority to go after them anywhere in the world.
Or the slew of content that followed as tacit justification for our wars overseas. But in the moment before, there was a brief plunge into raw, shared despair. As the culture has rippled outward, over the years, the angst has calmed into absence and grief.
And then I have one more video on it. This is Al Jazeera. Lindsay's video on Independence Day and War of the Worlds talks about how 9/11 even affected how alien invasions were depicted on film. Yeah, man. This is what happens. You have these major historical events and political and social changes, and we see that reflected in pop culture. But also pop culture having the ability to impact the larger public's belief systems and their worldview. And one reason why a lot of Americans still have this very limited, often racist view of Arabs and just really anybody who is from the Middle East is because of the way that historically Arabs and Muslims have been depicted in popular media and just pop culture at large.
Terrible images of 9/11 were ground
I already
into the
have
American
that
psyche
Lindsay. I have that Lindsay vid because I've been meaning to watch it.
Following the attacks. The dark mood was perfectly captured by Art Spiegelman's cover for the New Yorker magazine. radio host and media critic Brooke Gladstone says the American people were dealt with as if they were in mourning.
There was a lot of tiptoeing around.
Schaffner,
there
thank
were
you for the
people who you
prime.
couldn't raise questions about the government, not because you were prevented from doing it actively, but because it somehow seemed in bad taste.
We have been the cowards, lobbing cruise missiles from 2,000 miles away.
Left-wing comedian Bill Maher's show was canceled after he criticized the bombing of Afghanistan.
Crazy, right?
Books on the attacks.
Crazy that Bill Maher, like one rare Bill Maher W. left-wing Bill Maher. As if left-wing Bill Maher
and terrorism in general
leftist.
are still coming out a decade later. The 9/11 Commission report was an instant bestseller, topping the list
Radical
for months.
leftist Bill Maher.
At least 2 highly acclaimed novels, Claire Massoud's The Emperor's Children and Joseph O'Neill's Netherland, dealt with 9/11 and its aftermath. Country music quickly generated 9/11 inspired hits like Alan Jackson's Where Were You When the World Stopped Turning?
Did you shout out in anger and fear for your neighbor? Did you just sit down and cry?
Rock and roll largely sidestepped 9/11, but rapper Eminem made a flippant video dressed up as Osama bin Laden.
God, I fucking
Oliver
forgot
Stone's
about
World
that.
Trade Center told the story of 2 police officers trapped in the rubble.
Can you still see the light?
Okay, so bad.
We've got a possible hijack.
United 93 was a thriller-style dramatization
Remember Me
of
movie
how
ending
passengers
changing.
on
Yes.
one hijacked plane fought back.
We know what happens if we just sit here and do nothing.
Okay, this is another thing that America is obsessed with. We are obsessed with making so much media, so much content, so much, like, as soon as something has happened. And the timeline has gotten shorter and shorter and shorter. Now you have, like, documentaries coming out 5 seconds after somebody shoots Brian Thompson. Like when there's a big court case still to come and they've released like a show on HBO, multiple documentaries. We just love to pump it out. Capitalism, yeah. We just gotta take advantage of this being something that people care about.
The film that may have best captured
Mystico,
the helpless
thank you for
panic
raid.
and sudden horror of 9/11 was the allegorical Cloverfield, in which a giant raging monster appears out of nowhere to ravage Manhattan. Fox Television capitalized on fear of terrorism with the hugely popular
I couldn't
show
get enough of that
24,
show.
featuring secret agent Jack Bauer, played by Kiefer Sutherland.
Where is the bomb?
The show's formula required Bauer to beat up and torture suspected terrorists, foiling their plots at the last minute.
Oh no, who ordered it? I want names.
But Gladstone says predictions that 9/11 would permanently alter American culture fell flat.
9/11 was an enormous event in our culture. So was the Cold War. So was the Vietnam War. They've all had their impacts. They all are like ripples across the water, and American culture keeps moving on according to its own terms, at its own rhythm.
As a new tower rises at Ground Zero, 9/11 has become part of the American story. Rob Reynolds, Al Jazeera.
Okay, here's the
You express themselves every day on Disney Channel.
It does help to talk about September 11th because, you get it out of you and you get to be heard. It was such a traumatic event that, how could you forget?
I think it does help to talk about it a lot because even though it was a year ago, it seems like it happened yesterday.
I think communication is very important. I was just about to say that.
If you had heard me last year, that's all I would have been talking about.
Okay, I'm just going to say something right now. Spencer Breslin, who's what? 12? He was not only talking about 9/11 all of last year. I was 10 years old when 9/11 happened. I did not talk about it that much. I don't even think I like really understood, you know? But it was not something that like, oh my God, every day, all day, every day for the past year, all I have thought about and talked about is 9/11.
It's all I would have been talking about. I talk with my family about it a lot and my friends.
Tamir and I, we talk about it all the time because it's still on the news. I think it's very, very important for you to just express your feelings about it.
Tell your loved ones you love them, but don't be afraid of that, you know?
It's a healing process. Yeah, it's definitely a healing process.
Disney Channel. Express yourself. Kids.
And now you have kids protesting ICE in Roblox. I know. Bro, I'm sorry, but that was some acting. That was some acting in this PSA. Talk about it. I talk about it with my friends all the time. No, you don't. T and Tamara, you are not talking about 9/11 to each other every single day. No, you are not. No, you are not. You just weren't patriotic enough as a 10-year-old. You know what? That's so true. I really was lacking in patriotism as a child. Here is Donald Trump when he was debating.
There were weapons of mass destruction. They lied. Okay. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none.
Bush.
There were no weapons of mass destruction.
Okay. Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Now, you can take it any way you want, and it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Took him 5 days before his people told him what to say, and he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes.
Did they yassify his eyes? I don't know why the video looks weird, but I promise this happened.
Beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
But so you still think he should be impeached?
I think it's my turn, isn't it? You do whatever you want. You call it whatever you want. I want to tell you, they lied. Okay. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no weapons.
Why does this look so weird, though? They tried to upscale it. It's like a weird AI. It's 1080p. I guess it's because it lets you, okay, AI upscaling lets you enhance low-res images. It looks so, bro, but this is the problem, is that we live in this world now of like, oh, that's AI. Everything is AI. Oh, that's it looks so weird. I couldn't tell if it was just like my computer that looked weird. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Anyway, I'm so distracted by it. Yes, this is 9 years ago. The video is real, but the scale is dog shit. Yeah, it looks so bad. I'm sorry. I was so distracted by how bad it looked. But anyway, yeah, like it's crazy how Trump had spent years tweeting about how bad of an idea it was to go into Iraq, about how Obama is going to try to get us into war with Iran, how they, all the lies, etc. And now here he is, you know? Upscaling is shit. I don't know why people do it. I don't know why people do it either. I do not know. Sad girl. Thank you so much for the raid. What's up, everybody? Welcome in. We watched a video on the beautiful, amazing culture and vibrant life in Iran, and unfortunately, the Iranian people are in really just they're just in an awful position right now as the US and Israel bombs them. So we watched a Rick Steves video. Where are you going? Come here. We watched a Rick Steves video where he visits Iran and tries the food, enjoys the culture, meets people. Joey, thank you for the gifted sub to Sad Girl. Where are you going? Why are you wandering into that room? Why are you being sketchy? Why are you being sketchy? Okay, what do I want to... What else do I have here? Okay. I'm tired. I forgot I started late. Toy Story also changed to Cena. Oh yeah, we've also been talking about how pop culture changed after 9/11. Have we talked about this before?
Buzz! We missed the truck! We're not aiming for the truck.
God damn it! This feels like a poop sock, man. The first time I saw this video was in a church pew at CCT. What the fuck? Okay, I've never seen this. Come on, it was pretty obvious. No, I'm gullible sometimes. I fall for things. We're not, I didn't even read this. We're not aiming for the truck original. This is like a whole genre of videos, right? Where they'll cut out the ending and then put like crashing into a building, into a tower. Does Nandre know this? The Transformers did 9/11? Like, oh my God. Hold on. And I have seen them all. What the hell?
We must stop the terror.
I know.
Call upon all nations.
I know this one. This is a classic.
To stop these terrorist killers. Thank you.
Now watch this
Now watch
drive.
this drive.
This is a fucking classic. Oh man. Don't watch this drive. Oh my God, it's all so fucked. It's so fucked. Just delivering the speech filled with just state propaganda. Oh, terrorism, terrorists. We gotta go. And then now watch this drive. Like the context of it, a lot of times the now watch this drive is the only part that's included. It is so much. It is so much more insane when you have it, when you have the whole clip. When you have the whole clip and he gives us speech, he's like, now watch this drive. It's just, it's mental, mate. Oh, okay. All right. All right. What I've done. Wait, did you guys see this? This is the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. Did you see Jamit Singh like get into a weird thing with Drake? Because he went to the Kendrick Lamar concert. And then I guess Drake messaged him, and so then people were calling him out, and so then he posted this. Jagmeet fell off, but he's based for this. This is so weird. I went for SZA, not Kendrick. I was born in this city. I love this city, but real talk, I get it. I shouldn't have gone at all. OVO and Drake have lifted up this city in Canada. For me, it'll always be Drake over Kendrick. When Drake said he was the president of Canada, he was dead serious. What is happening, man? First of all, I'm sorry, but this is an L. This is an L. But also, what is this fucking world that we live in? What is this clown ass world? Why is Jagmeet Singh apologizing to Drake for attending a Kendrick Lamar concert? Bro said, Bro said I'm supporting the pedo over over Kendrick Lamar because he's Canadian. Nobody defends Drake except for like Aiden Ross. I don't know. I just could not believe this. Why are Canadian politicians are bending the knee to Drake? You know what? I don't know what's going over there in Canada, but y'all can keep it. Y'all can keep it. He put that in his story. Yes, he did. Yes, he put that in his story. All right. Have you heard Toronto accent / slang? Huh?
What's your favorite Toronto slang word? Gerber. Why?
All these kids are Gerbers. Waistsuits. All these kids are Gerbers, fam. Absolute waistsuits, fam. You know, Kroski, when I see my dog in a block, I just go up to him and be like, yo, Kroski, what you saying?
I don't understand any of that. Yo, Kroski, what you should I not say that? Why are we exposing Toronto like this? I know Toronto's kind of getting put on blast. Weird how celebs communicate over stories. I think it's so strange too. I think the communication via Instagram stories is very whack.
Why there's 17 addresses. I'm getting emails going, hey, you're going to this building, but you're going to want to put in this building if you're Ubering. These are the trains. Then I show up at one office building. It's not the right office building. Right. Man turns me away. Then I go to an H&M. I end up at an H&M. I'm in a shopping center.
You're listening to house music.
I'm listening to house music at H&M with the thin people. I'm in a museum of thin people at H&M. Then I have to speak with a police officer. I went up to a member of the NYPD and shout out. I call the police, who I love.
And that's how you know it's bad.
That's when you know things are bad. If I'm talking to the cops, something has gone wrong. And I said, hey, I'm looking for Spotify. He said, oh, yeah, classic. Then he sends me around the corner. I go up to the welcome desk. I go, hey. Guy shakes my hand. I go, okay. I go, hell yeah. Hey, sir, I'm going to Spotify. He goes, they have their own desk. I go, of course they do.
Wait, I'm confused.
No, perfect.
I go to the Spotify desk. I do a retina scan. I give my pronouns. They made me give my pronouns.
This is like that Robert Pattinson movie you didn't know about 9/11 till the last moment.
I give my pronouns, my political affiliation, my social. They take a picture of me on 3 little cameras. They send me to an elevator where I'm not allowed to press the buttons.
Did they ask if you're an organ donor too?
Basically, yeah, and they insist, and then they send me up, and the elevator sends me up. I don't get to push buttons. Then I get to Spotify. I have to give my pronouns again. I give my pronouns to people working a desk. I'm ripping jokes to them. I said, you guys run this shit like the Navy, huh? I said, this is fucking ridiculous.
It's
I've
a
spoken
treasure
to people
map.
with weapons. It's a treasure map.
Yeah.
And then one of the people working here, God love them, I go, God, you guys run this like fucking Fort Knox. And she goes, yeah, it's the World Trade Center.
And you said,
I went, hey, my bad. Hey, my bad, actually.
I see.
that's me not reading the room.
How quickly we forget.
Oh, it's never forget until.
They said the World Trade thing. I said, he, him. My bad, he, him. Just he, him. Thank you. We need to talk.
Okay, so we have to talk about if you don't know what happened with the ending of Remember Me. This is actually so insane.
Good morning, Mr. Hawkins.
Do you know about these?
Okay, all right. Does everybody know about this or no? Okay, yeah. I'm gonna spoil this because you should not watch this movie. This is not a movie. This is not a movie that you need to be watching. Okay? So Remember Me is a film that came out in 2010 and it stars Robert Pattinson and Emily DeRaven. They are students at NYU. They're from different social classes, but they have a lot in common, like fucked up families, and they end up falling in love. It's just, a tale of boy meets girl, girl meets boy. The rest is history. Carter, thank you for the raid. My girlfriend at the time made me watch. I was trying to hold my laughter because she was getting teary-eyed at this point. She's a cop now. Oh my God. Carter, I hope you guys had a good stream. So you guys, we've been talking about, of course, the news and stuff, but just kind of reminiscing on pop culture after 9/11, just how much, jingoistic country music was dominating the radio, how they changed the endings of films that were like, oh, this is too soon. This is too can't have Stitch hijacking a 747 and flying it through a city. And we're about to talk about Remember Me. This is important. Oh, cute. Oh, little babies. This is very important. They're sleepy pee-pee. There's not going to be a 9/11 thing at the end, is there? I can't trust my chat anymore. I was expecting 9/11 footage with the kittens, not gonna lie. That's what I'm saying. Is this gonna get fucked up? Okay, all right. Phew. Okay. Man, I can't trust y'all. So, all right, where did I put that? Okay. So, back to Remember Me. Boy meets girl, girl meets boy, just a couple NYU students, different social classes. They fall in love. And you think that this is just a run-of-the-mill rom, dram, etc. All right. It's two beautiful people. It's not that great, but fine. So, okay. Okay, so then the ending. We get to the ending, and there's a twist. There's a twist. And right before this, the plot takes what happens is Allie finds out that Tyler had asked her out because it was a dare. Okay. And it's like this, drama thing. And she forgives him because they're in love. All right. Tyler and his dad have a bad relationship, but they start to mend their relationship because we're getting to the end of the film. These these character and plot points, they're starting to be resolved. And then Tyler starts going to class. He has his social life again. He gets his life together. Okay. So he's gotten his life together. He's supposed to go meet his dad at his dad's office. And that's where I'm going to start from there. Okay. So as a reminder, Tyler and Allie in love, get in a fight because she finds out that he had asked her out because it had been a dare, but then she forgives him. Tyler and his dad, Pierce Brosnan, start to mend their troubled relationship. Tyler's getting his life together. We're at the end of the film. We think it's all gonna be lovely.
Good morning, Mr. Hawkins.
And here's...
Do you know about these?
What happened?
Scan all the pictures. Look at you. How old would he be?
He would have been 28 in May.
It's really been that long. I could have sworn.
It was May 20th, 1995.
I should be able to remember that. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
What a day.
Also, his brother died by suicide. So that's a big part of like his character journey is
Caroline.
forgiving his brother. Okay. Okay. So, again, you guys, up until this point, this movie has nothing to do with 9/11. Nothing. This is not a plot point. This is like some insane, and you know what's coming. You fucking know what's coming. This is some insane, like, even crazier than M. Night Shyamalan movie twists, but it's so bad because it has nothing to do with the rest of the movie. But that says Tuesday, September 11th, 2001. And then the camera falls back! Bro! He's in the fucking North Tower of the World Trade Center on September 11th because that's where his dad's office is. And he's so high up. They really said, how do we end this? I don't know. Let's have 9/11. The fact that this twist happened in this movie it's one of the most insane things of all time. No joke, I actually pissed my pants out of shock and laughter the first time I saw this movie. It's insanity. Absolute insanity. Anon, thank you for the gifted.
Whatever you do in life will be insignificant. But it's very important that you do it. Because nobody else.
His dad is Pierce Brosnan, but because his dad's running late, he's not in his office. So Tyler is waiting for him, and that's when he finds his dad's screensaver on his desktop that has photos of him and his sister, and then it cuts to the sister's classroom, and the teacher writes the date, September 11th, 2001. At least they did not show the towers crumbling.
Like when someone comes into your life, and half of you says, you're nowhere near ready. But the other half says, make her yours forever.
The fucking ashes!
Michael. Caroline asked me what I would say.
The most unhinged cinema
if I knew
moment.
you could hear me. I said I do now.
Now watch this drive.
I love you. God, I miss you. And I forgive you.
Is this not fucking insane? Look, this is a coming of age rom-drom that is about a young college couple who fall in love, and they both come from, they have strained relationship with their families. And I can't say enough. We get to the end of the film, okay? We've had our catharsis. Tyler makes up with his dad. He's going to go meet him at his office. Like, he, is talking about his brother who committed suicide. Allie has forgiven Tyler because that's how it goes, right? We're at the end of the film. And then this happens. Someone thought they fucking cooked with this twist. I don't know why I cried when I watched this. We can clown on it now, but I remember being young and this movie made me cry. Oh my God. It's just so obnoxious. And again, 9/11 serves no plot point in the film except to just try and pull the rug from you at the end here that Tyler is in the North Tower and dies because of 9/11. Could have been a car crash, an accident, like anything. I may have just been sad that Robert Pattinson died. Probably. No, dude, I've so been there where you watch something when you're younger and you're like, oh my God, this is the saddest thing. Then you get older, you're like, I'm so embarrassed. It had to be 9/11. It just did, yeah. And then it just keeps going. Based on the meme clips I saw of this, I thought that the zoom out shot of him in the towers was the end of it, but that would have been way funny, but also more tasteful. I mean, that happens, and then there's 5 more minutes. Yeah, they straight up thought they were winning the Oscar. I'm so, like, just this part here.
Caroline.
Is so insane. It's crazier when you find out the script was written this way in the year 2000. How did they know? They orchestrated the 9/11 attacks just for the movie. Oh my God, you know when they pitch this. You can hear the pitch, okay? You can hear the pitch. Okay, all right. So then we cut to Caroline. She's in class. Why are we watching Caroline in class? Maybe it's because it's the end of the movie. We're saying bye to these characters. No. Wabam! The teacher writes on the chalkboard the date. And what is the date? It's Tuesday, September 11th, 2001. That's right. That's right. It's the day that America stood still. It's the day that the towers fell. And then we cut back to Tyler. It's a close-up shot of him staring out the window. We have a sinking feeling. That feeling sinks even deeper when we pull out. We zoom out. Oh no, oh God. Oh God, no. Oh God, no. He's in the North Tower. He's in the North Tower on September 11th, 2001. And people are sobbing. Oh my God, people are sobbing. They're going to go crazy. They're going to go crazy. And then we just have 4.5 more minutes. No dialogue where everyone's really sad. This was the director's second and last feature film. He's only done TV since. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, because this got fucking panned. It has a 26 on Rotten Tomatoes. People were so offended. They were so offended. No shade on that shot, but it's like an M. Night film with no mystery to solve. So the twist is literally, what if 9/11? Yes. No, exactly. That's what it is. Say what you want, but I remember where I was the day Tyler died. There was a discussion. Yeah, they're like, should we show the planes? Okay, should we have the towers fallen? Should we have, well, I don't know. It's not going to be, do we have the budget for that? Do we have it? Oh, God. And you just know that they were like dapping each other up, hugging, crying. Everyone's like, this is going to be the biggest movie of the year. Like having to just, when they're sitting there at the premiere, like, they don't know. They don't know what's coming. Oh, my God. Get the tissues ready. Get the tissues ready. People aren't going to know what to do with themselves. They're not going to know what to do. Riverboat Chick, thank you for the raid. 15 years from now, people will still be talking about this movie. And guess what? They are. They absolutely are. But not for the reasons that the producers and the director thought they would. There's 4 more minutes after this. Yes. The first King Kong remake, instead of the Empire State Building, they used the Twin Towers, and it's trippy as hell. Man, this is cinema, okay? You think he regrets this more than Twilight? Wait, This actually goes so hard. Your own AMV. Straight up. Zach Attack. Thank you for the 9 months. I'm done. And now she bonds with her father, who she has a troubled relationship with, because her boyfriend died in the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Like, actually fucking cinema. Man, Linkin Park, who wasn't angstily rocking out in the early 2000s? What I've done. Somebody put this together and upload it to YouTube. I just feel like that song could go on the ending of a lot of movies and it would be so great. It would just make it so much better. We watched this in Sam's stream. No, I know, because I think we covered this on the podcast, the 9/11 cheer reenactment tribute. If you haven't seen this, also if you don't listen to the podcast, what are you even doing? But this is crazy. Just wait.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts.
Oh yeah. Oh
the
yeah.
victims were in airplanes,
it's
were in offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads,
with George Bush's voiceover.
Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief.
There comes,
terrible
sir,
sadness,
a second plane has hit the towers.
unyielding anger.
The girl comes
These acts
flipping
of
in.
mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat.
Are they the Pentagon?
But they have
Yes.
failed. Our country is strong.
And Pentagon
A
go.
great people has been moved to defend a great nation.
And now they come back together.
Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America.
Oh, they
These acts
reenacted the whole thing.
but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America is targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world. And no one will keep that light from shining.
Fucking insane. Sam and I said this at the time when we covered it, but we're like, do you think there was drama? Do you think there was drama with the cheer squad where like one girl wanted to be a part of Plane 2, but she had to be part of the Pentagon and she was so pissed and she was like, I want to be fucking Plane 2. Why does Stacy get to be Plane 2? I'm better than her. My Scorpion is stronger than Stacy's. I want to be Plane 2. Why am I not the tower? I am the most solid base member that we have. I don't know cheerleading terms. I know. This is seriously like, how do we end this? All right, Stephanie, you'll be Flight 93. They really said, how do we end this? I don't know. Let's do 9/11. Oh my God, sir, there is a second cheerleader. the like having Bush's voiceover set to Enya as this high school cheer group is reenacting 9/11. Doesn't get any better than this. Yeah, the coach thought they were cooking so fucking hard. There was at least one adult, probably two, who watched this routine and went, yeah, this is going to slap. Our vision is being executed. And man, oh man, there's not going to be a dry eye in the crowd. It's funny you mentioned that song going with a bunch of movie endings because this was a meme trend a couple years back. Oh my God, where they just set all of these movies. Yeah, this was an incredible find. I don't know if Sam found this or who found this, but what a find. What a find. Their mom posted on Facebook caption, proud of my Courtney today and proud to be an American. But like what's so funny about this? Okay. This part here. Wait. Wait. So they're like doing their routine. Woo-hoo! American woman. Yeah.
Today.
And then suddenly American woman cuts out. And then George Bush's voice comes in. And you're like, what the fuck? And the girls get into position.
Fellow citizens, our way of life.
And you're watching it and you're like, are they?
In a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were
oh yeah, no, they're reenacting 9/11. Oh yeah, no, straight up. Yep, there goes.
Military and federal workers.
There goes the plane.
Moms and dads.
There it goes into Tower 1. Yeah, okay, no, we're
despicable acts of
okay,
terror.
we've collapsed and there we go into Tower 2.
Fires burning, huge structures collapsing.
I mean, what? This belongs in a time capsule montage of human civilization for the AIs to discover in the distant, dead internet future. Yeah, one day they will study civilization and they will watch this and go, what is this? This is taking me out. Like, why? Bro. Oh, God. Wait, I found a Robert Pattinson interview talking about Remember Me. Okay, hold on.
I'll have that. The movie takes place here in New York City, 2001. I'll let viewers connect the dots here. This guy has just lived through a tragedy. Was it important for you? Was it desirable for you to do a movie that was based on this kind of major moment in recent American history?
Yeah, I mean, there seemed to be something, when I first read the script, there just seemed to be something about it that it didn't really feel like a film. It felt like there was a massive... I couldn't understand the reason behind it, why it was written there, but it seemed like there was a reason to do it. It seemed like it wasn't just written just to be a film. I don't know, there was just something special about it. And I thought that every part of it kind of, helped it become...
Okay, I'm sorry. Vampire actor is crazy. Vampire actor stars in Remember Me. That is crazy.
What it is.
I think it's going to resonate with a lot of people, not only because the story of the young man, but the story of this event in American history. Pierce Brosnan was on the show not long ago talking about some things. And
also, I'm sorry, the seriousness with which they are conducting this interview. Also, fuck you, Matt Lauer.
And I asked him about you. He's your co-star in Remember Me. And I said, what do you make of the situation that Robert finds himself in right now, this white-hot spotlight? He was very complimentary about you. He said, after spending time with you, he thinks you show enormous grace under pressure. And I'm curious, has that taken does that come naturally, or have you had to make some adjustments to this level of fame?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of... I guess you try and limit the amount of time you have to deal with it, and then...
How do you do that, though?
A bit of hiding.
But that in itself is a price of fame.
Yeah, and it's there are tremendous benefits. I mean, even doing films like this, which I was talking to Will Fetters, the writer, yesterday, and he was saying it was impossible to get financing for 2.5 years, and I read this thing, I was like, this has to be made, and And then it just all got together
Like,
really
was
quickly.
that
And as soon
the
as the script was being made and it was being sent to actors, loads of actors wanted to do it afterwards. But, you know, and it's just because of the Twilight thing that it can be the catalyst.
I'm glad you bring that up, because from what I've heard, the Twihards, which are the diehard fans of the Twilight saga, have dedicated the opening weekend of this movie as Remember Me Saturday. And basically, in their dedication to you, they're going to gather together and go out and see
The Twihards. Thank you, Matt Lauer,
this
for
other
explaining
movie.
that.
And you're right.
Bro, this was 15 years ago. I need Robert Pattinson to answer the question today. What do you really think about the ending of Remember Me? Come on, buddy. Come on. Because the Robert Pattinson I know, he's not sitting there going, yeah, you know, every part of it was really beautiful and blah, 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 blah. I just needed this movie to be made and yada, 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 yada. How old was our Pat in 2010? Probably 20s, mid-20s. Let's see, he's 39 now. 2010, which was 15 years ago. Oh my God, Aware. 15 years ago, I entered college? No, that can't be possible. Oh my God, I was a freshman 15 years ago? He's 39 now, yeah, so he was 24. Oh, that's a horrible. That's a horrible reminder. Wait, I feel like I actually remember this meme where they like change the endings to have the Linkin Park song. I feel like I remember this. I feel like I saw a lot of these. So probably 23 when you get the script. It would suck to have my career choices at 24 documented. Yeah. True. Oppenheimer 1 goes hard. I've definitely seen this one.
When I came to you with those calculations, we thought we might start a chain reaction that would destroy the entire world.
I remember it well. What happened?
Why does this work so perfectly?
I believe we did. I am become death.
Oh my God, come on. Come on. This is actually perfection. Directed by Michael Bay.
You should have believed. You chose the wrong side.
Side? You of all people should know. There are no sides. Reverend Mother.
We await your orders, Zara Gaib.
Lead them to paradise.
Listen al Gaib!
Listen al Gaib!
There's no blood, there's no alibi, 'cause I've drawn regret from the truth.
What is happening, Mother?
As written.
Your brother attacks the great houses. The holy war begins.
Directed by Michael Bay. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. All right, I want to watch one more of these. Wait. If I ever make a film, I'm adding this in.
Bye then. I'll see you all later.
Directed by Stanley Kubrick.
Return, right? That's not a problem at all. As long as you're not too far away, I can find
Wait,
you.
what movie actually has...
Hey, wait.
What
What's your
movie
name?
actually ends with what I've done? Michael Bay. It's Transformers, right?
It's Goku.
That's right.
But
It's
Broly?
directed by Michael Bay.
Call me Kakarot.
Yeah, Michael Bay, who, according to Grimes, Transformers. This is just fucking cinema. I mean, this is like the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen. This is just so beautiful. I can't believe this. This is just so... This is cinema. This is the Transformers ending. This just go fucking hard. All right, this is the last one that I'm watching.
With the Allspark gone, we cannot return life to our planet. And fate has yielded its reward. A new world to call home.
Optimus!
We live among its people now, hiding in plain sight, but watching over them in secret. Waiting, protecting. I have witnessed their capacity for courage. And though we are worlds apart, like us, there's more to them than meets the eye. I am Optimus Prime, and I send this message to any surviving Autobots taking refuge among the stars. We are here. We are waiting.
Directed by Michael Bay. God, that goes so hard. I also like that I have this politics and sensitive social issues locked on my stream. We've been watching the What I've Done meme format for the last 30 minutes. Politics and just so you know that this is a very sensitive social issue. I just look, it says label unlocked in 7 days. I'm like, great. Okay. My stream is just permanently, for the next 7 days, just has this label. So everything that I do, which is going to be very funny because tomorrow we are bringing back the show next. So tomorrow we have a whole new round of contestants. I have Emily CC Crub and then Dasha Plays, I believe. She's a drag queen on Twitch. So politics and sensitive social issues. What? It locks? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. No speaking about politics. Yeah. It locks for 7 days, I guess. So I guess that means I have to make everything political. If it says politics and sensitive social issues, then I guess I have to make everything political and a sensitive social issue. We watched a travel doc. You know what it is? It actually pisses me off. There's a lot of times that I get warnings, I get reported if I'm not even covering something that would fall under politics and sensitive social issues. It's like, okay, am I just like literally not allowed to talk about trans people? And that's then I'm going to get a warning, or I'm not allowed to like show a Rick Steves episode of him traveling in no politic here. No politic here. Just pull that song out for all the news videos we watch. It's actually so It's actually so obnoxious. Yeah. One way you can test is put keywords in the title. It'll auto add the politics warning for certain keywords. But like what I've tried to tell them is I'm like, I don't do this the entire stream. So like when I'm not talking about, when I'm not showing like news reports, news footage, I shouldn't have to put this label on. But then you guys, then I'm like, I get warnings all the time. So it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Right. Like on my stream, I do a mix of, sometimes I have stories and I'm showing things that, sensitive subjects. And then I'll look at something that's not, and then I'll like game or shit like that. Yeah, you can do different things in one stream. I thought you just read articles. It's so frustrating. My ad revenue too has gone like practically nothing. It is like practically nil. Yeah. Just existing is being political. You don't even have to be doing politics, country names, and identity stuff gets you flagged too. It's just so stupid. It's so dumb how they do it. Poly Ceramic, thank you for the 10 months. I just moved to Japan for a couple months, and one of the bonuses is that I can now watch streams while I work thanks to the time zone. Woo! Woohoo! I hope you enjoy Japan. Is this the Caroline broadcast system? No, this is KNN, Kwan News Network. All right, you guys. So tomorrow is going to be a long day because I am going to stream in the morning. I'm going to stream in the morning, and then I have to go, I have to do a tech check for this show, and then the show will be from 2 to 5.
I just moved to Japan for a couple months, and one of the
thank you for the delayed
TTS. Now watch streams while
and then I have to
the time zone. Woo.
I have to do the show from 2 to 5, and then my parents are coming. My parents are coming. So this week is probably going to be a lot of morning streams because they're gonna be here for the next couple days. I'm wondering if I should bring them to. There's a protest that is no war with Iran. Look, I've been radicalizing my mom more and more. Okay, don't discount the liberal wine moms. They're fucking pissed, and they got time. Yeah, depending on my parents' schedule, maybe we could do a surprise visit as well to Master Baker, because my dad loves baking. Get the wine moms activated. Exactly. Yes. Cutie is going to be really busy with Master Baker, so I would probably not organize a baking stream with her and my dad, but I would have us stop by. I'd have us stop by Master Baker. Make them break into the house like Will's parents' first visit. Yeah, for sure. Hey, you gotta enter the way that Will's parents did, which is by breaking into the house. Okay, so I think I'm gonna call it there. Sorry. Sorry, we filmed the podcast and then I immediately went live, and I'm going to get up in the morning and stream, and then I got the next show, so I am going to call it a day right here, but I hope y'all enjoyed your time. And I know Daff is taking the night off, so I won't have no one to watch. I'll send you over to my late night king, Will Neff. I'll send you guys over there. I have a couple of fun ideas for streams that I have coming up. I'm not going to say anything yet until I have it more set in stone. but I want to fundraise more for Point of Pride. And so I am talking to some people about planning some further fundraising streams. I'm talking to Vivian about doing something fun. So anyway, I know there's like a lot of news heavy streams that's been happening. So I want to also plan some fun stuff as well. And you know what? I feel like we got to end. We got to end like this. Thank you for joining another stream. I hope to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be streaming the morning the news. And then I will be coaching a new round of streamers for the show next. Take care of yourselves until the next time I see you.